Sound check. Sound check. Alright, welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and today I'm here to do an astrological update for August 2023, and it is directly related to the Alabama Riverboat Brawl. It's going to be a minute before I begin because I have to set up my, what do you call it, I've set my video up and I can't do it beforehand, so it's going to take a minute. So hopefully I can do it quickly and then get started. Let's see. Guess I should learn how to play some countdown music so everybody knows what's going on, huh? Let's see. No, it's not for kids. What's today? Come on. I'm setting up my video details, so it'll be just a minute. It takes forever. Why can't I do it beforehand? I don't know. And I apologize in advance. For the airy sound, my air unit is right next to me. I can't do anything about it. I turn it on low as possible, but it's a bit stuffy. Okay. Visibility public. Let's see. All right. I guess. That's okay. New pen chat. I don't even know what that is. Okay. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Okay, nothing there. Everything's moving really, really slow. So it is taking me so far. Where is the counter at? 4 minutes to set up. That's craziness. Anywho, once again, welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to do an astrological update for August 2023. Excuse me, I'm a little sick, so forgive the coughing, please. As you can see, the astrological update will be directly related to the Alabama Riverboat Brawl that happened August 5th of 2023. I think it was in Selma, Alabama. Let's see, I can't see nothing. This here. Okay, I can't see nothing. Anyway. This is probably going to be somewhat of a long video. I don't even know if I get everything done during this the stream that I want to do. I don't know if I get my goal accomplished. And my ultimate goal is to show the audience how astrology actually works, but there are complications when doing astrological interpretations, because what words actually fit what to foresee what's going to occur. What is going on here? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Nats came out. I've been sitting here all this time. Okay, I'm trying not to get too upset. Okay, so the first thing I want to point out is right here, we're on my page, my YouTube page. And for the month of August, in June, for the month of July, in July, for the month of August, I created some content to preview what happened, was scheduled to happen in the month of August. I did shorts, and I also did extended readings for each zodiac sign. So over the course of this live stream, we're going to watch my shorts. We're going to watch the extended versions, and we're going to compare them to what happened on August 5th of 2023 in Alabama. I'm referring to the Alabama Riverboat Brawl. So I'm going back to my cover page, and if you can see the images, hopefully you can see the images, because I want to talk about what actually happened if you don't know what happened. So at this point in time, I'm going to pull up I need to pull up my little magnifying glass so that you can follow along with me. We're on the same page. I'm going to take my time because I really don't have any order to how I'm going to do this. But I think it's important to actually do this. And that is to compare my astrological reports to what occurred on August 5th of 2023 in Alabama. So, what ended up happening, please follow the magnifying glass. What ended up happening is right here, you see a couple of gentlemen talking. They're actually kind of in a heated debate. From my understanding, this is a commercial riverboat entertainment hotspot off the river of Alabama. There is a ferry boat that people board, and they get to ride along the river for a few hours, and they probably eat and listen to music and dance, entertainment. And then after those couple of hours of entertainment, the boat docks once again, unloads the passengers, and reloads new passengers. At the same location, I think there's also a smaller ferry that takes people up and down the river, and it's probably more of a sit back and relax kind of entertainment, just getting out and getting some air. So anyway, the gentleman in the white shirt, where the magnifying glasses are hovering over, is the boat attendant, the boat dock, or the dock attendant. And so he is asking some people to move their boat. There are some people, a white family to be exact, that docked their boat at the commercial dock, and they weren't supposed to. And so he's just merely asking them, hey, can you move your boat? We trying to dock this big ferry boat, so the people can get off and we can reload. Anyway, the family refused to move their boat, and they actually got very agitated when the dock attendant took it upon himself to kind of move their boat down so that the big commercial boat could dock. Anywho, this family ends up attacking this dock attendant that works for this entertainment little boat river cruise company. They attack him and brutally assault him with all these people looking on, because it's a beautiful summer day in Alabama. People out at the water trying to enjoy themselves. There are people on the pier waiting to load the boat. There are people that are on that little river cruise boat coming to the end of their trip, and they're spectating, and they're seeing these people, this whole white family, jump on and brutally assault this attendant, this black guy. Anyway, there are a couple of memes that's going around. One of the memes is that when this attendant, a dock attendant, realized he could not avoid the confrontation, he throws his hat up in the air. And it almost seems like it was like a signal to whoever was seeing this happen, like, it's about to go down. I can't avoid this, you know. And so the confrontation ensues, and this family piles up on this man, brutally attacking him, violently attacking him. And one person that's on the dock or on land, another black guy comes down to get these people off of him. He doesn't swing on them or anything, but he gets them off, like, hey, hold on, wait a minute. There's too many of y'all on him. At the same time, one of the boat dock attendants, co-workers, who is still on the ferry that's in the middle of the river, jumps off of the ferry, swims from the ferry that's in the middle of the river to the dock in order to aid his co-worker who is being violently attacked. Anywho, the white family still hasn't moved their boat, still refuses to, comply with the the request for them to move their boat from this commercial dock. Anyway, when the boat finally does land, the co-workers to that boat dock worker, the rest of them get off. A few more of them get off, and this family, this white family, is in their boat, just relaxing, still ain't moved, have no concern that they didn't just jump this man. So anyway, people that witnessed this brutality, they came to even the score and to execute instant karma on this family, and they went to whipping on their butt. And so what you see are the various pictures, if you follow the magnifying glass, of these people even in the score and executing instant karma on this family that had such a sense of entitlement and lack of respect for another human. Ultimately, everybody got arrested. Not just the white family, but also the black people that came to the defense of the boat attendant, the boat dock attendant. Okay. I know that wasn't the best. I give it my best, but I know it's not my best. It wasn't the best. So anyway, I tried to give you a summary of what happened. So after I saw the videos, because there's multiple videos out showing different angles to what happened. Later that day, I kind of looked at or came past one of my shorts, sliding through YouTube. And when I heard the short, I was like, hot damn. I was right on the head of the nail of what was going to occur. My forecast was very, very accurate. And so I want to play some of my shorts, and I'll try to make it make sense. I can see now how this may not work, but I'm going to try. Let's see if this still active. Was still active. This page, I got hooked to this streamer. It's still active. Okay, so we're on my page again. So far, we're looking at the extended forecast I have. So where do I find my shorts? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So I'm going, these are all my shorts here for the month of August. So I guess we can start with Aries. And I'm going to figure out how to do this along the way. Let's watch. If it'll let me. Okay.
Hey Aries, in August of 2023, remember there's always somebody watching. And if you can't stand the heat, then stay out the kitchen. How about that? Hey Aries, in August of 2023, remember there's always somebody watching.
Y'all might have to
and if you
listen to
can't
this a few
stand the
times
heat, then stay
as I
out the kitchen.
figure out
How
how
about
to do
that?
this.
Hey
Because
Aries,
it
in
is-
August
all
of
my stuff is moving
2023,
really slow.
remember there's always somebody watching.
Okay.
And if you can't stand the heat, then stay out the kitchen.
Okay.
How about that? Hey Aries,
Let's
in
see.
August of 2023, remember there's always somebody watching.
I think
And
if
if
I
you
click
can't
on that
stand the heat,
shorts,
then
it's going to go to other people's shorts, I think. Not my shorts. Nope, it went to somebody else's.
Mami,
So-
¿para dónde vas?
Ugh,
Me voy de rumba y tú te quedas con...
incredible. Let's see if I can go home. See, it's not allowing me to stay on my own page. I don't understand that. I wonder. So this is really not going to work. How can I do this? Because it's not going to allow me to do that. Man, it's not going to work. I already knew it. I already knew it. I would have to put all my... Let's see if I can. This is so sad. How can I? Because I was signed in. Let's see. I'm just to see if it refresh. Of course it wouldn't. It would literally mean, in order for me to move forward with this is so irritating. Okay, let's see. Come on, do it, do it, do it, do it. It ain't gonna do it. And I have no way of getting back. This is so insane. Pisses me off. And then it's not moving. Why is it not moving? So why is it not original source? So why won't it reload on screen entry? Reload on source show. So why it won't go back? Well, that ended quick as I started it. That it won't go back. That's deep. I'm really upset about this, y'all. So I have to, in order to, because if I take it off, that's some serious shit. Well, why I think on that, how to handle that, because I'm pissed off about that, that I'm just stuck. And it's moving so slow. Got me slow. Immediately, I can't move forward as I would like, showing my own page on this stream, which is pissing me off. I wonder why I'm on. No, I can't access it on that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. What just happened? Anyway, I didn't ask for this. Screens. Now they want to do an update while I'm live. No. Okay. I really need my page. And it's going to go right back to the same thing. It's piss me off. Watch. Ooh, okay. I figured out how to do it. Thank goodness. irritating. What I have to do is go off of my page onto the next page, scene, and go back. And I guess then it'll refresh. Who knew? Okay. So I just showed you Aries. All that time, I'm sure you forgot. But Aries was saying to the Aries archetype. Aries is an archetype for energy that's going to play out. In short, it was about Aries, like maybe having some underhanded intent, and not wanted it to be blatantly known or seen or observed or witnessed by others. But it suggests, my reading suggests that if what Aries wants to keep a secret is revealed, that there's going to be a repercussion behind it. And so comparing it to what happened during the Alabama riverboat brawl, what seems to be the case is that the Aries archetype manifested in that Alabama riverboat brawl as the white family having a sense of entitlement. That's something that people don't just let blatantly be known. They just live it out. And so what ended up happening is, due to this family's actions of just refusing to move their watercraft, showed their sense of entitlement, and how they just disregarded the authority of this boat dock person. And so what ensued has been a lot of retribution, or again, if you can't stand the heat, is what I said in my short, then stay out the kitchen. Don't do anything, in short, that will incite a wrath you can't handle, or the repercussions that you can't handle. What am I saying? I'm saying, when I did my interpretations for August back in July, I was dead on point. I didn't know it was going to be. It was going to manifest abundantly in the way that it has at this Alabama riverboat brawl. Anywho, what I'm going to do now is, if I can, if it'll let me, because, the streamer has to let me move my picture so I can access my page. But for some reason, it's refusing to do so. So, okay. Right now, I'm attempting to go to my videos so that we can walk together. We can watch the predictions I made for August 2023. We just watched Aries short. Now we're going to watch Aries extended version. It is 9 minutes and 54 seconds long. Now, after I go through maybe all the signs, I don't know, just playing it by ear here, I'm going to go over to September's 2023 astrological alignment. And I'm going to plug in all of the answers to these alignments so that we can see what's going to happen in September. That's what I'm attempting to do. But it takes a long time, for at least for me, to interpret the stars. So, this video could be long. It could be multiple series. I don't know how it's going to go. I'm just waiting for the page to come back up again. I mean, really, come on, thing. Okay, so now we're about to watch Aries extended forecast. Remember, Aries really represents the white family and their sense of entitlement that they executed on that day of August 5th at that Alabama riverfront. And so let's listen to my extended version. Let's see how this goes. Will they let me move my picture again? It's gonna be in the way. Let's see.
Welcome to Angel's Blind. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Aries August 2023 astrology report. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm going to read from my notes to the best of my ability. The stars suggest that in the month of August, Aries, you will be moving to be the master.
Oh, really? All I want to do is move my picture.
Of your own destiny, the master of your own destiny, master of your universe. What has sparked your drive or motivation is that you have some type of insider information or some
See, I need to stop. The term I use, because when you're decoding the stars, it's like, what term best applies here when you're interpreting the various alignments? And the best term I could come up with in the blind was having some insider information. Insider information. And I just remember sitting here while I was doing my interpretation, like, what kind of insider information? Another complication I kept running into last month when I was, coming up with the message for this current month was, what institution, what social construct is this referring to? And in one of the videos I did, one of the lives I did, I was like, I'll let y'all know when I find out what social construct or institution is this message referring to. Talking about corruption and seeking after having the quality of life one desires. All of these terms that I use generically from interpretation to interpretation to interpretation is refined by the details associated with the Alabama riverboat brawl. So as we move forward, when those refineries, which are the details to the generic terms that I use, come up, I'm going to point it out. So right here, the first thing that comes up is, what was it? It's to my Aries. I gotta remember what it was. Oh, insider information. So, upon the awareness of what happened in Alabama on August 5th, I realized that the insider information Aries has is what white privilege entails, what it looks like. That's the insider information for Aries. Let me try to make that make sense. And this may be offensive to some. I hope not. Just let's work together to learn. Learn astrology, learn what's going on in this world, and learn how we can resolve some of these issues. Okay. So Aries, in the context of what has really occurred in our world, Aries represents the white family that docked their boat illegally at the commercial dock. And they did so because of their sense of entitlement. They refused to move their boat because of their sense of entitlement and disregard for the authority of that overseeing the movement of the dock and the safety of the dock manager. Disregarding them, most likely because he was a man of color, a black man. And so the insider information that I'll be referring to as I do Aries reading, Aries reading is about that privilege, the white privilege. So I'll continue.
Insight into a profitable endeavor or a profitable
backing up a little bit, backing up a little bit, because oh man, it's so complicated. I know that this is going to be
destiny.
a
Master
challenge.
your own destiny, master of your universe.
Okay, let's start.
What has
How much
sparked your drive or motivation is that you have some type of insider information or some insight into a profitable endeavor or a profitable project of some type. And whatever this project is, it is truly about you securing a bag for yourself. That's to say, get a hold of money or a position that's more profitable to you. You earn more. You know how to grasp an opportunity. How this could play out for some areas is like you really kept your ear down to the to the grindstone or whatever is say it. We keep your ear to. But you end up hearing about somebody retiring where you work, and the position's going to open up, and that position pays more than you currently make. Nobody else knows in your sector of work or your department or something like that. And so that's the kind of insider information or profitable insight you have in the month of August. And so you're really motivated and you're driven to get that bag. But it's one thing you're not taking into consideration, and it's that you are one of many. It is you and it's the other co-workers, or you and the others. It just depends on how this manifests in your life, Aries. Not only are you not acknowledging the others, you're really not acknowledging the institution that you are participating in. That's to say, the work sector or career sector that you're in, the field that you're in. Again, there are millions of Aries, so this varies per Aries. It could be just some type of, or one of our areas, some major social constructs that you may work in a particular industry or something like that. And that's just in a work environment. Again, this can manifest in different ways based on the areas that you are. So anyway, in short, you're not taking the others or the institution that you work for and their overall mission into consideration as you move to try to obtain this bag for yourself. And when you realize that there are others people that are possibly interested or will be interested in like the opening position or whatever whatever it is that's opening up to offer a bag or some financial prosperity to a person, when it comes out and others know about it, or it's almost like you're afraid for others to know about it. You're trying to get ahead of the game before others find out. And so I bring it up because in the month of August, you're going to be a little nervous, a little insecure about getting that bag or that promotion, because you're scared somebody else is going to figure it out, find it out, or something like that. Another thing that's going to have you on edge is that you may not be fully proficient in the area that you're trying to advance to. You may not have the credentials for that position. You just know it ahead of time or something like that. Now that's just in work, but again, it can manifest in other realms of your reality. And it seems like you have you may not have all the requirements to win in a competitive sphere.
Well, thank goodness it let me stop. Why am I stopping my video? It is to, again, parallel my interpretation with what actually manifested in our reality. I personally use very generic terms or statements to try to give an example of what the stars suggest will occur. That's at any given time doing any interpretation. So at this point in time, I'm going back with you to watch my videos and to actually insert the reality, the real fine details that have occurred in our reality in place of the generic terms that I use. Again, this stream that I'm doing is going to be extended. It's going to take some time. It's for the more intellectual person. It's for the more patient person, in order to be able to see the overall picture. We can't see the overall picture until we actually view every single zodiac sign and the message. Because it is, when it comes to astrology, it's not so much about just the individual message for each individual sign. It is about the collective message, stitching all of the messages together to get the bigger picture about what's taking place. And so it's very, very time consuming. I don't know if you have the time or if it's your interest to even have the time to dive so deep, so intensely, to take up so much time. But that is what is truly required in order to get a true understanding about what's occurring and about what has the potential to occur. And I will say this much, that in the United States, we are at a crossroad. We're really at a crossroads based on what I'm seeing as I start to use current events as well as my astrological reports for this month, preparing to try to interpret September's. I gotta tell you this. I have been trying to interpret September's message since I finished this series, August series, and I did this back in July. I have gone over September's astrological alignments like 3 or 4 times, and I'm like, okay, I wasn't really getting it. I often share here that when I get it, I know I got it, and I wasn't getting it. But after I was able to plug in the current events, overlay them with my interpretation, and then take those answers or those summaries from this month and plug them into September, I could see and I got it. So actually, as I'm sitting here playing these videos for you and interpreting what I'm saying, have said, I'm also sitting here writing, taking notes, and also plugging in the information for September. So I'm kind of multitasking. I'm actually multitasking. Anywho, let me start again. I know I keep stopping. I'm setting the pace for how this stream is going to continue. It might be in several volumes or whatever. But Aries, again, remember, we're using the Alabama Riverboat Brawl that happened August 5th of this year, just the other day, and overlapping it with the message I gave. So far, if you listen closely, and if I am articulating my attempt correctly, then you can begin to see that Aries represents the white family. In this video over here, there are some terms that I use, some generic terms. Generic terms being Aries. How could I possibly have known back in July that Aries really represented a white family. Now, let's talk about what Aries means. We're not going to continue to probably do this through the whole thing, but Aries does mean an individual. One individual out of all the people that exist in the world, out of all of humanity. And Aries represents the identity, how you look, etc., etc. But I'm not that advanced to be able to say, oh, Aries represents white persons, white people or white persons. But that's what it ends up meaning. I'm trying to get y'all to see how astrology works. That's what it ended up meaning. That was a generic term. Aries represents each one of us in our physical avatar. Okay. Another term that I used in this video was talking about insider information. I've already discussed how insider information, I'm used insider information again as a generic term, but in actuality it talks about white privilege. That's the insider information. Only people that are Caucasian know what it is to have the privilege that they do. No other race knows. Only they do. And so that's the insider information. Another generic term I use is one of many. In this video, I said, hey, Aries, you're not taking into consideration that you are one of many. Remember, I don't know Aries is a white person or white people or a white family. You are one of many. You are a group. They are one group, this white group, and there are many others. There are many other races. See, we talking about race here. I didn't know Aries was talking about race when I did the interpretation. So I use what? Generic terms. Sorry about the camera. Me being so gesturous is causing the camera to autofocus. So the others that Aries was not taking into consideration were other races that they were in close proximity to. And the other race in relationship to the Alabama Brawl are black people. Okay? When I say this is so deep, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do it. I don't know who's going to watch this. It's so deep. I can't even express the ecstasy. Yeah, that's a good word. The ecstasy I get when I see astrology in action. It's real deep. It's real deep. Anyway, also in this video, relative to Aries, I mentioned some type of institution that Aries represented. You know, I can, and if you watch my facial expressions when I'm giving the message, either one of the messages for any one of the 12 signs for this month, even the shorts, you will see my facial expression like, I even confess, like, what institution are you talking about? Again, just like the problem, a complication I'm having with September, like, what? I was doing the same thing back in June and July as I was trying to interpret the stars for August. And I kept saying, what institution? What institution? Every now and then, I can find the institution. But I kept saying, I don't understand this institution that Aries and Leo and Sagittarius are representing. How can I say this? The institution is the institution of like systematic racism. The institution, remember, it's a social construct. The institution or the social construct in this case relative to August astrology and the Alabama Riverboat Brawl is the institution of white supremacy, of systematic racism, all of those kind of tainted ideologies. So that's the institution. I'm just trying to, again, set the cadence so as we move along, maybe to advance faster. I'm not going to rush it because, again, I experience quite a bit, I experience ecstasy when I see astrology do what it do. And this month is another month that it is doing what it does. And I think September If I'm following this line of thought correctly, we're at a crossroads. So anyway, another term, generic term that I used was the bag, and I kept saying the bag to kind of sum it up because we're talking about the second house, and we're talking about the zodiac sign Taurus, which talks about needing to have a certain quality of life. It is us being required to pacify our physical, earthly wants, needs, urges, and desires. Is food, is drink, is having to urinate and defecate. You have to do these things. And then there's other than the things that we're required to do in this life, there are things that we want to do. Like we want to partake in a high quality of life. We want to have a good life. We want to eat what we want to eat. We want to drink what we want to drink. We want to go where we want to go. And so that is again about the quality of life. And I summed up as saying the bag. In this case, relative to what short generic term can I use to not have to keep saying the same thing over and over again extendedly? What is it called? The bag. The quality of life. I have to explain. And hopefully I can come up with a term as I'm explaining. But think about all of the people just in the United States. Because this astrological message for August is about what's occurring in the United States. I pointed that fact out when I did my overall view. Let's talk about it all. You can find it in my on my homepage or on my video catalog. I said, hey, this is not worldwide. This is focusing here in the United States. And so we're talking about all the people that exist or live within the United States, or 350 million people or something like that. Everybody wants a particular quality of life. We call it, in short, the rat race. The rat race to obtain what you need to live the quality of life you need. And so the bag represents that, getting to that quality of life you feel like you deserve, that you want, that you need. It is being able to have the best housing, medical, travels, and to be able to live royally, to go where you want to go and do what you want to do, and can't nobody tell you nothing because you just living your best life. And so this white family was executing like the American dream. They were living their best life. Can't nobody tell them nothing. They had their boat, freedom, liberty on the water, and they sipping and drinking free. Can't nobody tell them nothing. That's quality of life. You know what I'm saying? That's the bag. That family is a representation of having the bag. But how did they get the bag? I'm just presuming, based on history and based on what is presented in the stars, it was through white privilege. Remember, this white privilege is systematic. Is systematic. And so this is played out over all of their lives in different ways relative to various institutions. It's just ongoing, slow grind. While the others, the black people, have had a different experience. So I need to kind of understand what was really being said in my astrological messages. I didn't know the fine details. I gave it my best shot. And that's what I need you to listen to, is my best shot. And then I'm going to add what really happened in our reality. So I continue.
It means to say multiple people going after the same bag. You may not have as many credentials as the other, or as much.
I wish you'd let me stop.
What do you call it?
Can I stop?
Seniority or something like that. And so it leads you to be really insecure in the month of August. Another thing that seems like happens is that although most people won't recognize that you're kind of up to something, trying to position yourself for the advancement. But there are, or there will be at least one person, I'll say that sees you trying to line yourself up for this advancement. And they may kind of play a hate on you. They may blow the whistle on you. They may point out your flaws or your incapabilities. They may shine light on the fact that you're after this bad merely for yourself, and that's why you're only participating. And when that happens, if you get a
oh, I had to click about 20 times to make it stop. I've been wanting to make the video to stop, but it wants to do what it wants to do. I'm just riding a wave here. Anyway, I was trying to stop it back a few minutes ago because I used the terminology of competition and competitiveness, and Aries might not be the best candidate in a competitive sphere. So I want to clarify, what does that mean relative to our reality? It's saying, okay, Aries are what? A white family, representative of or proxy for white people that have the ideology of white superiority and having that they aren't have the sense of entitlement or privilege. Those white people, not all white people, but those particular white people that share that ideology, Anyway, talking about what does it mean to be in a competitive sphere here, we're talking about, remember, it's the others. It's the other races. It's the other nationalities. And so, let me try. I'm going to have to jump to try to make this make sense. We're talking about global, not global, because it's not international. I'm talking about planetary. That's the word. Planetary relations. Yeah. Planetary relations. But the focus at this time period is on the United States. So, let me see if I can clarify that. I'm saying, hey, the stars are saying that of all of the people that exist in the United States, there are different races. The primary races are the extremities of which are white people and black people. I'm trying to make this make sense. And throughout the history of your society, our society here in the United States, there has been specific relationship dynamics that have taken place between the extreme races, white and black. And that's just laying information out. Trying to give the fine details to what I've said in this video. Competitiveness. What are we competing for here in the United States? We're all competing for the same thing. Remember, we're dealing with racists now. Not racist, races. Black, white, even Chinese or Asian. Well, I think it's four primary races. I think it's Caucasian, Asian, Negroid, and maybe like Arabic. I can't remember what the other fourth one is. But it's those four primary races that exist in the world. And we're focusing on the United States. And we're focusing on the extremities. Extremes. The white is supposed to be, culturally, institutionally, has been made to be the superior race. And with that superior superior. I hate when I can't think of the words. It happens all the time. With that superior grade relative to other races, we have on the far end again the Negroid, who is supposed to be, the underdog that everybody gets rich off of. That's the extremity. And then it's the in between, which is the Asian and the the Arabic or whatever the fourth race is. We're talking about economics and finances and who gets what resources and who controls the world, who controls the energy of the world, who makes the rules. This is what we're talking about. And so we're pulling all these races together. So we're not talking about an individual person here at this time. Remember, Aries was represented by the white family during the Alabama Brawl, but they are a proxy for people that share in the ideology, the tainted ideology of white supremacy. Okay? So, everybody's here in the United States going after the bag. Everybody wants the resources. Everybody wants their desired share of the resources that are available in this world so that we can live our best lives. And so it is that rat race that exists in which this is what the astrological message was saying. It's like, Aries, you're not the most competent or the most proficient to be the head of the races. You're not. And the stars say this, y'all. I'm not making this up. And I've seen it before, and I've made statements about it before, but now it's like spotlighting it now and letting it be known you're not the crispiest cookie in a jar Caucasian race because you're Caucasian. You're not that proficient. And also in a competitive, if the playing field was level between all races, that they wouldn't win. I'm not saying this. I'm really not even, I had to say, just, oh God, I wish I had the terms ready at all times. Because this is amazing. This is so amazing, just how the messages come through. And when you get the right terminology. Because, I know I'm all over this place. I am all over the place. But this world is so complex. So, when I say complex, how can you narrow an interpretation down when this world is so complex? How many countries are there? How many people are born every second? How many people die every second? What am I talking about? I'm talking about the complexities or the textures of our reality and our existence. And when you try to interpret the stars, where do you focus at? In order to get the names, the exact names, times, dates, that is almost impossible. But you watch my videos, you see I came real freaking, I was on the head. Anyway, ecstasy. And so, I'm just pointing out just how complex it is to, pull out the specifics, the actual real-time worldly specifics to fit in when you're decoding the stars. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. I get so passionate. It's going to take a long time. So I'm about to try to start this video up. I don't even know if I said what I stopped it to say. No. A whiff of a person being, aware that you know about this insight and that you're trying to take advantage of this insight to advance yourself. It's like it has you again walking all month long on eggshells, because this person again
has the potential to expose you for your true intent and what you got going on behind the scenes or something like that. And so as as you advance through the month of August, you may become irritable and just irritable and angry and going to be vengeful and things like that. But you're going to try to contain yourself, and you're also going to try to shroud. Number one, I should have said you're going to try to shroud your flaws or your incapabilities or your lack of expertise in the area, whatever the case is, from others, and you're going to do so by playing your role, whatever your assigned role is, and whatever construct you participate in. I apologize for that. I can't control the environment here. You're going to play your role, whatever it is, to a T. A matter of fact, you're going to get 110% so that you stand out as competent, proficient, productive, ready, and another tactic you're going to use is to really try to not let off your weaknesses. It almost seems like you know that, again, in a competitive market, you might not be the number one pick. And so you don't want anybody to see any flaws or any irregularities or any level of incompetence on your side. So you're really going to be hiding any of your flaws from the others. Back to this, at least one person that picks up on your inabilities, your flaws, whatever they are, and kind of being hot on your tail or kind of sneaking around behind you to kind of get evidence that supports their theory that you're not the one that should get the advancement, And so in the month of August, Aries, you may find yourself using this statement toward another. And it is mind your business. Hopefully this astrological report helps you out and prepares you for August. Until the next time. Bye.
Well, once again, it would not let me stop the video because it was something that I said and I turned my head and didn't write a note. It's about to do something else. I'm going back to this page because it was about to do what it wanted to do and maybe play somebody else's video, and I don't want the problems. I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate this. So in short, relative to this Alabama Brawl, it really represents this white family. This white family is merely a proxy for a bigger social construct, and that social construct is white superiority and white privilege and things like that. And those people that share in that tainted ideology of white supremacy and white privilege and all that did not acknowledge that there are others here on this planet that also need a reasonable or desired, not reasonable, a desired quality of life. And with that being said, I'm about to try to come back in and start with Taurus's. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's coming through. It takes a minute. So I know this is going to be extremely long. I'll probably be covering this into tomorrow or the next day. Who knows? So anyway, I'm going to go to shorts. And wow, it's some deep stuff. Ecstasy. Maybe. Okay, we're going to watch Taurus. And I remember when I did Taurus short, I was like, what? I was like, okay. I had to come up with something for a short, but it makes sense now in retrospect, and I'll explain.
Hey Taurus, come August 2023, if we see you on a stripper's pole, we gonna mind our own damn business.
How about that? Okay, from now on, I'm gonna use this scene 1 to be my default to go to make the video stop and be able to reset the page to go on to the next video I like to share. Okay, that's my default. Going back over here, I told you I'm gonna work it out as I move along. So I gotta wait for the page to upload. And I already know who Taurus represents relative to the Alabama River Brawl, but I want to first watch. I want us to watch my extended forecast for August. Let's see if I can. Let's see what's happening. Welcome to Can Angels Fly? My name is Nancy, and today I'm here to share Taurus August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm going to read from my notes and kind of improvise as I move along. The first thing the stars suggest for you, Taurus, for the month of August, is that you're driven by necessity. That is to say, you need to meet some financial obligation, or you just need to, address one of life necessities or essentials, such as food, water, whatever the case may be. The stars suggest that you've had enough. You have had enough of living a humble or a simple life, of turning down and budgeting and doing those kind of things. You've hit your capacity for it, and you are now desirous of the good life. You need quality of life. Quality of life matters to you now. You will extend a courtesy to those closest to you. You're going to let them know about your disdain, about your quality of life, and it's merely a courtesy. Now, you are at this time willing to share, shed associates and friendships. That means to just get rid of anybody that doesn't agree with you, or understand where you're coming from. Whether anybody realizes it or not, you have a plan, and you may very well again share your disdain and hint that you got a plan to make some changes. And again, some people may agree with you and feel you, and others may not. Again, those that don't understand you or feel you, you don't have time for you disregarding them, because you're going to move forward with your plan. And now, this plan that you have, let me say it like, I gotta say this first because I'm trying to read my notes. You have a plan. Where them other people that don't feel you, they may not have a plan. You know what you gotta do. They may not know what they gotta do. And you're not gonna let that bother you. For you is each its own. You know what you gotta do. You're not gonna let them talk you out of it. And you will dismiss them. Right now you don't have the patience for somebody that's not productive, or somebody that's not trying to strategize or be strategic about changing their quality of life. The last things the stars talked about or pointed out about you for the month of August is that even though you have been a traditionalist and you try to follow the rules and stay within boundaries, oftentimes, come August, you're so tired and frustrated and so beyond, again, living a simple life, a humble life, again, budgeting and things like that, that you are going to consciously, consciously break the rules. All the rules. It don't matter what they are. You're going to break them. You are totally willing to participate in lower vibrational activities. You are going to dismiss any rules that, formally applied. Totally dismiss them. You're going to dismiss the social standards for what are normal and acceptable. Why? Because it hasn't been allowing you to get what you need to have the quality of life you desire. And the stars even go as far to say you're going to turn and go completely against the grain of life, or what has been tried and proved, or has been tried and therefore presumed to be true, to get to the bag, to secure your security. Since it ain't working for you gonna believe what you've experienced, you accepting it for what it is, and you about to make some changes, all because you have to address your needs. Oh, thank you. It let me stop again. Taurus, relative to what has occurred in our reality. Taurus is a representative, or what is archetype? The archetype of the black experience. The black experience. And I'll try to make it make sense. I invite you to, go your separate way at any given time to rewatch any one of my videos that you desire, in order to rehear what I forecasted for this month of August, in order to be able to see the parallel between what I forecasted and what end up truly manifesting in our reality. Again, Taurus represents the black experience. Now, you got to remember that the context of the astrological message. When I say context, I mean, who knew that what I interpreted, the context has to do with race relations here in the United States. Again, I use generic terminology. Astrology really gives a generic blueprint for what is to be. And then, depending on what we have going on in our world, it is refined. The details are refined by that which exists in our reality at any given time. So, the context of the astrology has to do with race relations in the United States. Taurus here represents the black experience. We have to go to or refer to history, the history of the United States, especially when it comes to what? Race relations. The whole systematic relationship that has existed between the races, not racist, races here in the United States. Let's see if I can make this make sense. Again, Taurus represents the black experience historically, even up into present. And what Taurus message was about, and I hope you heard mine, and please go watch it again, but it was saying, hey, there are people, Taurus represents these people that have tried to play by the rules. They didn't follow the rules. They didn't been a traditionalist. They stayed with the norm, the tried, the true, the expected, the acceptable. Is that for me? I'm on live.
I answered it. Then
I go with Lily and let her help you. I'm live. We'll let Lily handle it. Tell her to be me. So, and even though in America, black people have tried to, be the, what do you call it, peacekeepers all this time, we're still not getting ahead. We still don't have a even flooring to try to live our best life. There's always somebody, some race that has these systematic, what do you call it, loops or traps to limit our advancement. And so Taurus talks about that. That's what Taurus is referring to. It's saying, okay, now we have played, black people have played by these rules. Oh man, it's so deep. Ecstasy. Because it's so deep. It's so deep. I wish I had the ability to show y'all. And now we can't do it no more. No more, no more. Enough is enough. Talking about black Americans, we are tired of having the bare minimum. We are tired of being the footstools for everybody else to reach a level of success they desire or to have the quality of life they desire. No more. That's what Taurus represents. And so in my short, which is crazy, but it makes sense, I said, Taurus, if we see you on a stripper pole in September, we're going to mind our own damn business. How about that? Let me make that make sense. For the first time in a long time, black Americans stood up for each other. It is shown in the activities of the Alabama Riverboat Brawl. They came to the rescue of one of their own being violently abused, misused, attacked. No more. No more. How can I say this? The short I did. Remember Taurus, we might see them on a stripper's pole. In reality, we see Taurus enacting or doing something that the whole thing is Taurus we would never normally see Taurus on a stripper's pole to get some money or some security. We wouldn't normally see black people go on the defense. We wouldn't normally see that. And so the message is like, when you see Taurus or black people executing action that you don't normally see, it's not the standard, the norm, the traditional, mind your business. If you ain't with it, it comes in a later zodiac sign. If you ain't with it, mind your business. Because it's been a long time coming. Enough is enough. How else can I show you? Understanding how those black people actions at the Alabama Riverboat Brawl is a move to secure the desired quality of life we desire. Let me try to turn you and refer you to some movements historically. You just gotta ride the wave with me. Ride with me. I'm trying to get you there. I'm going to choose Dr. Martin Luther King, one of his movements. What do they call them? Sit-ins, where they would go sit at the counters. You know, those activities, taking action. going against what they normally did. Normally they didn't go to the cafes and sit at the counters. No, that ain't what they did. They would go to the back of the store, the back of the kitchen, and get their sandwich, or they would drink out of a rusty old blacks only water fountain. That's what they normally did. But the time came when enough was enough. No more. So what we're going to do now, talking about during that time period, we're going to drink out the white only fountain. Why? Because this is a testament. This is how we get the quality of life we deserve. We deserve to drink out of really nice water fountains, not no rusty water fountain that don't want nobody service. Or if one of us try to service it, you want to mess us up for trying to service our own fountains. No more. Or when they went and sat at the cafe counter, the deli counter, whatever it was. Be like, we're not going to the back door now. Rosa Park, we're not going to the back of the bus no more. All of those actions were to move toward obtaining the quality of life black folks desire. Black folks were worthy of. And so this is the same thing. This is ecstasy I'm experiencing. Because this is the exact same thing. It got to be coming. I'm sorry, y'all. Next coming. It got to be coming out my air conditioner. I don't know why, but they're coming in. Anyway. So I'm trying to get you to see what's being said. What was really being said in this astrological message. It was on point. Even with the generic terms I used, it was on point. I just didn't have the fine, intricate details of Alabama, Selma, Alabama, Riverboat Brawl. I mean, the astrology forecasted this, and I'm not stretching any of this, and that's why I want to just take my time and do this. I don't care how many days it takes to go through each one of these videos, because it's on point. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm so adamant about slow, moving through this in slow motion. It is because it really is when I look at all of the zodiac signs collectively, it talks about like the mindset of Caucasians with that tainted ideology. It talks about the spirit that dwells within the construct. If you follow me, you've heard me talk about spiritual entities and beings, where we're talking this month about these spiritual entities that exist. And I've done it before. You got to go to my video catalog to hear me talk about spiritual beings. We're dealing with spiritual beings this month. And that whole tainted ideology of white supremacy and attached to it is a systematic racism, all that. It is a spiritual entity, and it's being threatened. I'm saying that it's being threatened, and I'm not making none of this up. I am so for real, y'all. I'm so for real. So anyway, let me go back to Taurus, because I'll take all day. Y'all know me. Taurus talks about that black experience and how it's been historically, and how the time comes throughout history. It always has come that people say no more. No, I am worthy of a better quality of life. The quality of life I define for myself, not you, the other. Not you, the one who has manipulated your way into being the more superior race. Not you. But what I want for me. And so Taurus represents that. And it's saying when the other people can't see it through the eyes of Taurus, or through the eyes of the black American that is saying, oh no, I'm not having a life experience I want. If you're, that's to say there are other black Americans that may be afraid or not wanting to rock the boat. Taurus said, move out the way. You ain't got a plan, but I got a plan. Interesting. There are other You know, and it's not just other black Americans, it's other people that cannot see through the lens that Taurus does. And the lens that Taurus is looking through says, this has to stop. I got to take action. I can no longer follow the tried and true. We done tried that. Nothing has happened. You're doing the same thing. Now, I got to do something different. And in my astrological report, Taurus did something different. Taurus got on the strippers pole and said, when you see me do this, when you see me make these moves, when you see me strike back, when you see me say no more, no more, mind your own damn business. If you ain't down with it, mind your business. Move out the way. So I'm gonna let that go. Finish playing Taurus and move on to the next zodiac sign. Ecstasy.
In the month of August, Taurus, your motto may very well be for others to mind their business when they see you doing something strange for a little change.
The little change.
Hopefully that
is security.
makes some sense.
It is
and
worldly security is quality of life.
Coming here.
You know,
next time.
that's a term I have to come up with. It is. Oops, make sure I'm gonna start somebody else's stuff. Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all know this is my default page. We just talked about Taurus and follow the magnifying glass here. It's having to do something strange. With strange, fight back, strike. That ain't what these people normally do. They went to have fun. They went to have fun. They were on a riverboat. They came out to be with their family and friends, to party, to drink, to eat. That's what we've been doing as Black America. Going on trying to live our lives. Even with the crumbs that we are able to extract from this structure, from this world system. We keep it moving. We keep it moving. But it was necessary. This is what's wild, y'all. Is that the astrology is I've heard other people's reaction to this event. And a lot of people are comparing those African Americans that went into action as physical or those that harnessed the energies of our ancestors, of early Black America, of those from Africa, harnessed that energy. And guess what, y'all? They're right. They are right. I didn't know that. I was like, wow, how are they just comparing that? But when I look into the astrology and I look deeper, they did. They harnessed that energy, and it comes up every so often. That's what we need to remember. That's to my Black people. We need to remember it comes up every so often. It's a lot of time between this now. I don't think we should. That's later on in astrology. I don't think we should let the time pass. But these people didn't come out here to fight. They came out to have a good time. That's what they normally do. That's what we traditionally do. We just go ahead and live. You know? We live through all the BS. We keep on. We go to work. We do our jobs. We're excellent at our jobs. You know, we make people feel at home. We make them feel comfortable. We humble ourselves over and over and over again. But the time, the astrological alignment, the time is right now that it was saying no more. We got to do something strange. What's strange? We got to strike. We got to strike right now. This is the time. We went from smiling, being happy and partying and getting it in and being with our loved ones to, hey, soldiers. Because enough is enough. No more. And if you're not with it, get out the way. If you ain't with it, get out the way. If you ain't hearing the call of the spirit, because the spirit's truly calling. Y'all, it's in astrology. Come on now. How is that possible? It's in the astrology. So move out the way. You might not know what you got to do. Your soul, some of y'all folks, with a primary focus on Black folks, some of y'all souls might not be in line with the higher energy. You might not know. You might not have gotten that download that it's time to move. But there are some of us that got that download. Because I know people say, how did they know to move and how to move? How did they know they was, how did they know to just put their life on the line at that moment? That moment. It is because it was already predestined. It is the time now. Because it's no more. And so, what am I recapping on that for? Because it says if you ain't get the download, if you don't have that knowing inside, it said move out the way. Just move. This is what the astrology is saying. And I'm not making it up. It's so deep. Again, it leads me to have a sense of ecstasy. Okay, y'all. So now we just did Taurus. We know Aries is a representative or a proxy or archetype for the white family. Well, the white family is an archetype or a proxy for other Caucasians that share in the tainted ideology of white supremacy and believes in reinforcing systematic racism and all that. Now we know Taurus represents the black experience historically, even up until the present, and how enough is enough for settling and sticking to the tried and true that ain't worked. All the history and all this time to show that ain't gonna work. It's time to move. We gonna do something a little different. If you ain't with it, get out the way. That's what it's saying. Ain't that something? Excuse me, y'all. I'm sick. Oh, I'm supposed to be getting shorts. Whoever's watching, yes, this is going to be a long live. It may even go into tomorrow and the next day. Who knows if I have the time or not. What time is it? What am I doing? I am reviewing my my forecast for this month of August, both my shorts for each zodiac sign as well as extended. And then I am bringing up the current event that happened in Alabama, the Riverboat Brawl, and showing how it was shown in the stars. Okay, well, we just did Aries and Taurus. Let me see if this thing will let me move my picture to go on to Gemini. Oh, now I gotta move over here, huh? Oh, maybe I can just...
Scorpio, come August 2023, no. I see your superhuman...
I can't even do that. They did the wrong thing. So I have to restart. Restart. I had to break for the restart, reboot, do all that. Slow motion. Slow motion. This is research for September as well. Research. Okay. Maybe if I move it all the way over here. I was trying to do Gemini. Let's see if it'll let me. Because Scorpio is up here. How did it do Scorpio? I haven't. Come on. Let me move my picture. It's Gemini. Alright, here. How it started Scorpios, I don't know. Because it does what it wants to do.
Gemini, come August 2023, don't let them put the blame on you. You let them know that was part of it too. How about that?
Listen to it one more time.
Gemini, come August 2023, don't let them put the blame on you. You let them know that was part of it too. How about that?
Loving it. Going to the default to reset the page. Then I'm going back into the page. I thought, I thought too small. I think too small. I think bigger. And why do I say that? Because if you just watch my short, it said, Gemini, don't let them put the blame on you. The current state of the situation exists because of us, because of you as well as them. And so what is it talking about before I even go into Gemini's extended forecast for August? It was talking about, remember, we're not talking on an individual basis here when it comes to this message, really. No, it is about, what did I say? planetary relations with a primary focus on the part of the planet where the United States is, that landmass, and the 350 million people on that landmass. And so it's saying the social mess, or the climate, the mood, the climate, relationship climate, the energy that is flowing in the United States. That's not just on us. We didn't make this just happen. Not black folks didn't just make this happen by themselves. It was us. It was us who? It was us in the other extremity, as well as those in between. But the other extremity is what? White people. It's saying it's a us thing. This whole climate exists because of us. White, black, Asian, Arabic, or whoever the fourth race is, with a primary focus on their two extremities, which is white and black. This environment, this social environment exists because of us. Don't try to just put that on us. It's cause, so going back, comparing it to the Alabama boat brawl. There are people have a lot of criticism, and may very well criticize, like, some of the black folks, and say that these black folks were barbaric, right? Or others may criticize the white people and say, oh, they were barbaric, or it just depends on your perspective. Some people could say the white people were, edged it on. Others might say, well, they're entitled to do that, and so it's just that the climate, the relationship climate that exists in the United States between what? An example, the universe is using the black culture and the white culture as an example to show the relation that's going on. And it's saying, Geminis are saying you can't, the responsibility can't just be put on one race and leave out the other. So I'm going to listen to Gemini, because it really talks about also accountability in my interpretation. So here we go again.
Hello. Welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy. Today, I'm here to share Gemini's August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm going to try to read from my notes and improvise along the way. Please be patient with me. The stars suggest that during this time period of August 2023, Gemini's concern about their quality of life is determined by how the others around them feel. That is to say,
I need to stop. Thank you. I need to stop it, because we're using two opposing sides: the white American experience and the black American experience here. And it shocked me till I forgot what I was going to say. And God dang, what did it say? It was to be interpreted. It was important. Let's see if they'll let me go back.
Please be patient with me. The stars suggest that during this time period of August 2023, Gemini's concern about their quality of life is determined by how the others around them feel. That is to say, that Gemini isn't particularly bothered by the state of their environment unless the people or a person around them has a problem with it. Also, during this time, Gemini takes accountability for their part in the state of their quality of life. And if another being around them, another person around them begins to complain, then Gemini reminds them or anyone else around them that things are the way they are
because they made it that way. And reminds those others that their life is a we thing. That's to say, whatever a Gemini's life consists of, whatever the state of their quality of life is, or whatever their lifestyle is, Gemini acknowledges that, yes, I, Gemini, contributed to the current state. But it wasn't just me. It was all of us, whoever shares in Gemini's environment. And so Gemini lets that be known. And if a person responds to Gemini by making this kind of statement and tries to avoid accountability, then Gemini immediately begins to point out, recall the various activities that they partook in to bring about the environment in which they exist in. Let me read my notes. Well, when and if someone tries to avoid accountability, then Gemini is quick to point out facts and recall activities that have resulted in their current quality of life. Then ask, what are we going to do about this? Let's see. Oh, yeah. What are we going to do about this current situation to make the changes that you desire, that we desire collectively? So for the month of August, Gemini I like the fact that Gemini is going to take accountability. That's like saying, okay, if a Gemini finds themselves in an environment that they is not their preferred state, they're okay with lying in the bed that they made. Even more, if another person that they share space with has any complaints, Gemini is so mature in the month of August to say, hey, I'm accepting my part in this. Now, let me point out that you have something to do with this. And if you have a problem with it, then I got a problem. And we that create this mess, we can work together to fix it, to straighten it out, to bring about the quality of life that is favorable to us or desirable to us. And I was going to say something else, and I forgot. Anyway, if there are going to be any changes to Gemini's environment, Gemini will not be working alone. Gemini will demand that the others take responsibility and accountability for their environment and demand that they all work together to rectify any discomfort or any dissatisfaction. Thank you for coming here to Can Angels Fly. I hope this report helps you.
All right. So what did we just watch? We just watched Gemini. So let's talk about what Gemini really represents in our reality. Astrology is amazing. Gemini represents the duality. Gemini are the twins in astrology. It is a duality state. Again, the existence, the life, God, however you like to label it, it has these examples. Like I have my examples or my generic terms that I use. Life, God, all, whatever it is, has its definers or examples as well. And relative to Gemini, for the month of August of 2023, is shown in the Alabama Riverboat Brawl. Gemini, the twins, duality, is black and white. And so Gemini represents both races, both black and white. We're going to omit or exclude the other races because
the universe is using these extremities, these two extreme races, to get a point across in the spiritual, on the spiritual level. And it's saying that Gemini are taking responsibility. There is one race taking responsibility for what is actually existing. Where the other race, the other side of this duality, is not wanting to accept accountability, not want to acknowledge their part in the environment that exists on this earth. I'm talking about the relationship environment, the mood here in the United States. So, in reality, relative to the Riverboat Brawl, we have black people saying, okay, we understand what is taking place. We understand the bed that we have made, and we've been laying in it. We accept it, you know. But when we want to change our bedding or our quality of life, you know, who are you, the other, to stand in our way? How can I say this? The other, the Caucasian, is a obstacle or ongoing hurdle to black Americans move to advance their self, to acquire the quality of life they deserve and are worthy of, you know. And white America, this is not me, this is me interpreting the stars using the actual happenings here in our real physical world, are not looking at their part in limiting others from what? Living their best life. They're not accepting that. They're not looking at that. This is begins to reveal the bigger picture, the spiritual plot, what do you call it? Plot or scenario that's playing out. It's saying they're not looking at it. They're not willing to look at their part in all of this. They're not willing to acknowledge that actual systematic racism as an example exists. They're not willing to acknowledge and accept, not openly, that white privilege exists. They're not looking at that. And so we have a side, again, it's duality, the black side, that says, okay, we're acknowledging it, our part in this, we're accepting, taking accountability, and we're ready to make some changes. Then we have the other side, the white side, that's saying, you know, we're not going to accept any part of this atmosphere that exists. We're not going to accept that we have been an obstacle to you doing better. We are not going to acknowledge or accept or take accountability for putting in traps that limit you from advancing. We're not going to do that. And then they also, the white side says, any failures you have are all yours. You didn't pull yourself up by your bootstraps and things like that. That's what Gemini represents. And then it's the black American rebuttal to say, oh yes, you're going to take responsibility. You're going to be held accountable for this. So in order for you to be able to see other side, we're going to put up all these historical records, all this evidence of these ongoing traps and moves to limit our demographic from advancing to achieving our best quality or our desired quality of life. Here's the list. Here's the list right here. And in order for things to level out, there's some works that we collectively have to do. And so that's what Gemini represents. So interesting. Ride the wave with me, if you will. So now we just did Gemini. So now we're going to do Cancer. So what do we know now? We know that Aries was represented in real time by this white family. But the white family is merely a proxy for a culture. And the culture and the
the culture that has a tainted ideology, and that ideology is white supremacy, and it enforces and opposes systematic racism. Them. That's what Aries represents, and how they have, even though they don't let it be known openly, they just live it out. They have white privilege, as an example. Okay, then we moved on to Taurus, and Taurus talks about people that have did the best they could to fly under the radar. He's talking about black people. He's talking about, period, historically, flying under the radar, trying to execute the tried and true, trying to follow the rules, but doing so has gotten us nowhere. It has not allowed us or permitted us to advance or to have a quality of life, to feel, to experience life, liberty, and happiness the way we want to. Without somebody else trying to define it and saying it's no more. That's what Taurus said. Just watch the video. No more. Enough is enough. We got to do something about it. Now, some of y'all out here that don't know what you got to do, but there are other of us that know what we have to do. And an example of those that knew what they had to do, you can see it in the videos associated with that Alabama riverboat brawl. Okay, so now that we did the Aries, Taurus, and then we just did Gemini. Again, Gemini talks about the two polarities, or the duality, the black and white, and the relations that have existed in our country for many, many years. Okay, and it's about taking accountability and ready to make a change, and some taking accountability, others not, and so is pulling up evidence of the past and reminding the oppressor how they have systematically and generationally oppressed the opposite polarity. Okay, so now we're going on to Cancer. Oh, short first. Let's see. I'm getting hungry, I think. What did I eat today? I don't know. We're talking about Cancer. Okay. Here's Cancer.
Scorpio, come August 2023.
Mother
I see you
ducker. I didn't gush, y'all. Mother flucker ducker. That Cancer just want to come out, and I can't wait to get to it. That's why I'm a slow roll, and I'm going to get there eventually. Because Cancer's was amazing. I was like blown away, like ecstasy. Okay. Blown away. Try it again. Oh, no, that's going to make me... I wonder if I can come all the way over here. I got to wait for the page to load back up, y'all. I ain't never seen nobody else have to go through all of this. Nope, that is not going to work. Ooh, my eyeballs heavy. It would be nice to get some, I did the bug spray right there. I'm about to start spraying. Because this is ridiculous. Always something. Just stay calm. Let's see. Let me try it again. I don't know if y'all probably can't see my mouse. I'm nowhere near Scorpio. But I keep clicking on Scorpio. Okay.
Cancer, come August 2023, I think you've bitten off more than you can chew. You better look for some backup. How about that?
Let's do it one more time.
Cancer, come August 2023, I think you've bitten off more than you can chew. You better look for some backup. How about that?
These people attacked. Look at the magnifying glass, y'all. These people attacked this employee, a black man who was probably a dock attendant, and they piled up on him and just commencing to just banging on him relentlessly. Beat that man down. But what happened? What does astrology say? Cancer. So Cancer has to represent what? The white family, which are what? Proxies for, or stand in intercession for, a specific grouping of Caucasians that
share in the ideology of white supremacy. That's my phone. And they bit off more than they can handle. Follow the magnifying glass. It didn't go down like they thought it would. It bit off more than you could actually handle, Cancer. So now, why is my phone ringing? Why is nobody answering it? Do I have any business? What time is it? Not time for me to have any business now. I don't feel like being irritated, but I am. I'm always irritated, I guess. Okay. So now we're about to watch my video, the extended video for Cancer. Whenever it feels like pulling up. Pulling up. Pulling up. Oh, here it goes. Come on. Why? It's taking so long. Everything is taking so long. Everything is going matrix slow motion in my life to it's very irritating. I wonder if I click on it, will it come up? I'm gonna try. Oh, here it is. Let's watch. Hello, welcome to Can Angels Fly? My name is Nancy, and today I'm here to share Cancer's August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm going to read my notes and kind of play it by what? What is it called? Playing it by or improvising along the way. Please be patient with me. Okay. The stars suggest that for Cancer, come August 2023, it says that during this time period, Cancer feels they have a slam dunk money earning gig and an A1 team to back them, only to find out that's not quite the case. Actually, the gig is in jeopardy because there are some disgruntled team members. This revelation is a bit unnerving to Cancer, leaving them to fear their own survival. Nevertheless, Cancer's platform is saved and secure and is restored. Let me start this again. Nevertheless, Cancer's platform is saved and security is restored because Cancer comes to realize others must be honored. So, Cancer begins to do what? To listen to others and taking their ideas into more than just consideration. Cancer begins to allocate duties, resources, and rewards throughout the team. So, in the month of August, in short, what's taking place for Cancer? Cancer has this, what is it called? False sense of security. That's what I was looking for. Statement. Cancer has a false sense of security, believing that their gig or method, means to earn money or get to the bag is perfect, is intact, and that the team backing them to help them, get to that bag is stable. But in fact, it's not. There are some disgruntled or dissatisfied team members that are willing to walk out on Cancer and leave them hanging and bearing the weight of whatever their endeavor is. But Cancer is really paying attention and picks up on the needs of others. And when Cancer picks up on the needs of others, they immediately go into overdrive and put into action, paying attention to people, listening to people, taking their advice into more than just consideration and implementing some of their ideas. They Cancer also begin to hand out resources and rewards and different things like that to motivate people's continued involvement and participation and productivity in cancer's mission, or whatever means cancer uses to get to the bag. They just, really get people on board by catering to them. And it almost seems like in the month of August, cancer, your gig or money making scheme or whatever it is literally saved by the bell. The bell being you paying other people attention and honoring them. Hopefully this report helps you in the month of August.
All right, y'all, we back to the default page, and then I'm about to go in on Cancer. Now, Cancer. Who does Cancer represent here? Cancer represents the white family relative to the Alabama riverboat brawl. It's the white family that executed their privilege and refused to move their boat, and actually attacked the boat attendant, the black boat attendant, because he was trying to do his job. And so once they attacked the boat attendant, there were others that came to his rescue and to help him out. And so Cancer represents that those people that had that sense of entitlement and executed what they felt they were entitled to, the privilege of docking their boat at a commercial dock or whatever, And also when the black attendant did his job and tried to make space for the ferry to come on in as scheduled, these people got very angry and violently attacked him. So again, Cancer, the zodiac sign Cancer, and the message attached to it was saying, hey, these people will bite off, or Cancer will bite off more than they can handle. And they did during that, the brawl started because they had the sense of entitlement. And so they bit off literally more than they could handle. They did not expect that boat attendant to have backing or support. So, I gotta go back and talk about Cancer, the zodiac sign Cancer, being the archetype for that white family, and their decision to do what they did, which is, in short, bite off more than they can handle. Well, in the message, if you listen, I said that, hey, Cancer, you think you got a winning gig, a guaranteed gig. And so what is the guaranteed gig? Remember, that's my generalized example that I can come up with, because I'm coming with the messages out of the blind. Like, what gig are we talking about that you think is a slam dunk gig that can't fail? Your whiteness. These people's whiteness could not fail them. It couldn't fail them. Their whiteness, see, then we begin to talk about, this is how astrology works, begin to talk about the whiteness, and what does whiteness consist of, the constructs around it. What does white entitlement look like? And it says that a white person, can do as I please. There is no subordinate other race, in this case black, that can tell me what to do. They can't move me. I don't move because they say anything. I can do that just because of the color of my skin. And so I can, talking about standing right now in a session for the white, trying to explain the whiteness and the privilege, and trying to show how it was executed during this Alabama River boat brawl, you know, I can do what I want to do, and I don't have to listen to the other subordinate or what do they call it, the sub-level individuals, you know, and being so confident in that entitlement, and so confident in the privileges that you never consider any ramifications or consequences for it. You never even consider that there are others that don't quite see from your perspective. Let me try to clarify that. Cancer, aka the white family, are a part of a bigger institution or construct, which is being a Caucasian overall. Now, all Caucasians see or have the perspective or the ideology or the mindset or the world view of that family. That family has a unique mindset, a unique ideology. But that ideology tends to lead them to think of themselves as bigger than life itself. Again, privilege. And so with that grandeur, you know, that mental or that mindset of grandeur, they become blind to not everybody thinks like them. Not even their own race. Not even people that share in their same color thinks like them. You know? And so the message I gave for Cancer said, hey, your gig that you so depend on, you know, that you think is airtight, really is not. Not everybody is, you know, in agreement with your perspective or your behaviors, you know. And because of that, because you're going to execute or behave in the way that you are prone to do so because of your beliefs, your stuff gonna start falling apart. Your privilege is gonna start to fall apart in front of your eyes. And my message said, but Cancer, your privilege or your ideology is like saved by the bell. Saved by the bell. And what bell is that in our real reality? It is like relationship negotiations. When everything played out during that brawl, how can I explain this? Everything that played out during that brawl, really was a threat to that family, that white family, that also are representatives or proxies for other Caucasians that share in that tainted ideology of white supremacy and white privilege and all that. It almost fell apart. You know, then we got these other people that are fighting back, what saves that family and that ideology and allows it to continue to exist is that these negotiations begin to take place, and Cancer begins to listen to these others. So how is that going to look in our reality? See, these are things that are now just starting to take place that the general populace or the general audience won't witness. And we may get some of it, but we won't get all of what's occurring behind the scenes. So, how is Cancer now starting to listen to the others, the other polarity, the Black Americans, and their argument?
how can I say this? Because what we're starting to talk about is when the litigations associated with the incident start coming in. Well, remember, Aries is going to try to play their role, meaning they're going to be the Cancer, that white family are going to be on their best behavior because they don't want to be seen as incompetent or defective or deficient or lacking proficiency. They don't want to be looked at or recognized, not looked at, but recognized as racist. They don't want that spotlight. And so they're going to do in our real world what needs to be done to seem like they are doing relationship negotiations, relationship healings, those kind of things. So we will be hearing about how that side of the duality is doing all they can to make amends for what actually happened during that brawl. They're going to pretend or act as if they are remorseful, is what the stars are saying. And I know this whole topic, let me stop, because I know this whole topic is really emotionally charged for races, people of the various races. Especially, I really feel like it's going to be very emotionally charging for Caucasians. I really do. I want to stop at here and say that because it's not me saying that. It's not me saying this. I'm sharing how I was able to interpret the stars to the best of my ability without actually getting exact name and places, specifics. I couldn't. I tried. But then it happened. And now I have the specifics. And so I'm giving the specifics. You know, the way it's playing out in our real world. So, don't get, I hope you won't. Mm-hmm. I hope you won't be mad with me, at me, but it is what it is. You know, this is astrology, God, life, universe, the powers that have existed forever that created this system. When I'm talking about astrology, the messages were, whoever encoded the messages by the system of the stars, put that there. That system is talking about these race relations. That system, talking about astrology, has recorded this ahead of time. You know, and I just see people being so angry and butthurt and sensitive, because it talks about in astrology for this month, it talks about the sensitivity, the level of sensitivity, and that's when we get to Scorpio. That's why I guess Scorpio want to keep opening up, and probably by the time I get to Scorpio, I won't remember to talk about the sensitivity or the psyche to the extent it needs to be talked about to be understood. But something, my point of stopping and bringing this up is something that is much wiser than us was able to record this way ahead of time. And it is that entity, whatever it is, God, Jehovah, Buddha, whomever, the powers, the reptilians, whoever, that entity recorded this a long time ago. Already talked about white supremacy. Already talked about race relations. It already set the stage ready for the players to come in a long time ago. This is not me talking. This is it. And that's what we need to be concerned about. Like he's saying, trying to find out what this it is. that has such a high level of intelligence that it's foreseeing and staging what is going to occur hundreds of years, even thousands of years in advance. And then when these interpretations, I guess, messages manifest into reality, where I don't even know how to say it. How can you get people to understand that we playing out something that was already written? That's some deep stuff. That would be enough to make me pause from any worldly activities. I don't care what it is. To say, I need to take a look and find out what entity is that talks about these race relationships, that holds me, whomever me is, accountable for the way that things are socially now. It's already saying that a certain group is being held down. It's already saying a group is not the first pick. They not what they call it, MVP of the earth. They're not. But that, and it goes on, we got to go on with the rest of astrology. They then manipulated their way into the position that they are. The position of what? Being tagged or coined the superior race. You know? This is not me. That's what I'm going to point out. Grasp it. This is not me. This is not me. This is not Nancy. Nancy, mine is not, don't even be on this kind of stuff until I'm focusing on astrology and decoding the stars. This is some entity that already exists. And so that seems to me, again, that it prompts a moment to stop, to consider or try to explore what entity this is. And it also prompts me to want to stop and look at myself and try to see myself in a bigger picture of existence. I'm not just, and this is again a complex, because that, what entity knows all of these details? What entity has such a power to set the stage of the riverfront and everybody that was there and the people that would receive the download to move, because the time is now to move? What entity put that specific white family, out of all the white families, that particular family at that point in place on August 5th to do what they do and decide to do what they do rather than move their boat? This entity knew that this family, with their mindset, would not move that boat, and it made sure that they were there. That entity knew that they was going to jump and beat that man down, that boat attendant down. He knew. That entity knew that that man could have lost his life, so it made provisions by putting other people strategically through that whole scene. The people had been riding up and down the river, didn't even know they were chosen. That man that was up on the higher edges of the dock that came down first, he didn't know he was chosen. These people were chosen. They had received a download that other people couldn't hear. And they may not have been aware that spirit was communicating with them ahead of time. This stuff blows my mind. It blows my mind. Anywho, I'm going to go ahead and start, because I did cancers, didn't I? Hell, I did. I think I did cancer. Yeah, bit off more than you can handle. You know, and you need to call for reinforcements. You might need to call for reinforcements, would have said. But I think I did the cancer. I get so passionate sometimes. But cancer, recapping on cancer, it said that cancer in my video says you got a false sense of security. In reality, what's the false sense of security? It is the white family feeling like their entitlement, that they're so entitled that they were going to be okay. That's it. It says, Cancer, you need to acknowledge others. What others? Other people, other races, the black people that was there too. You know, you're just gonna ignore them. Okay. And then Cancer resources. When I say resources, I try to write little notes so I know what to do. Oh, and what I really want to spotlight, because this is so important, is that how Cancer or the white people or the, remember, they just, when I say white people, they are a proxy or a representation for a certain group of Caucasians that have the tainted ideology of white supremacy, upholding the systematic racist system of systematic racism. So very specific. Anywho, it says that these people, but our example is that white family from the Brawl are going to move to appease the people because they need things to calm down. They don't need to be looked at as the bad guy, you know. And so they're going to do what needs to be done to kind of calm the waters. However, I have to say this, that is it's a camouflage. It is a temporary temporary response they're doing, and it's just like because they're in so much hot water. Let me give you an example of one of the characters that were present during this event. One of the members on to the white family that were on the boat was the boat owner, and I've heard that the boat owner owns some type of what did he own, a store or something in that vicinity or something like that. And so could you imagine the backlash that he's going to get as a business owner, a small business owner, losing probably half or more than half of his clientele, and so his revenue would just spiral down, so he probably couldn't maintain his quality of life he's grown accustomed to. So instead of dealing with the repercussions of his actions of attacking the boat dock attendant or manager, he's going to appease the people, eventually making apologies and doing things like that, so that people can get back to normal. Get back to normal. Is how can I say it? Cancer in the message was about getting back to normal, getting the people to fall back to sleep, to fall back into playing the roles they have traditionally played, and be complacent, so that we can go on to uphold and uplift the institution that they are representatives of, which is what? White supremacy. That's the whole thing. Go back to sleep so we can keep this spiritual being alive. The spiritual being being what? Again, white supremacy. Then that's what Cancer represents. And again, y'all, I'm not making this up. I'm interpreting what's in the stars. That's why we're also watching. Oh, I did that wrong. I didn't already click this. Gonna do what it's gonna do. So I gotta wait. Okay. How much time do I got? How much time do I have? I don't know. Come on. I guess I did Cancer. Now I'm gonna do Leo. Please don't. If Scorpio come up one more time, I'm gonna go jump and do Scorpios.
Okay. Leo, come August 2023, I see you up on your high horse. Somebody might knock you off. How about that?
One more time.
Leo, come August 2023, I see you up on your high horse. Somebody might knock you off. How about that?
Back to the default page, so I can force my page to reset itself, so that now we have the opportunity to watch Leo's full reading for August 2023 together. Then I will update my message by infusing our current event that happened onto the interpretation I gave, so that you can see I was right on top of it. I was on top of it. Okay. Yeah. I
only the shorts. I wish I could get some. Go. For your own. Oh, did it? Oh, did it hit the right one? Oh, it hit the right one. Okay.
Oh. Welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Leo's August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I ask you to be patient with me. I am going to read directly from my notes and improvise as I move along. Anywho, the stars suggest that during the period of August 2023, Leo is only showing up to the shit show to be the voice of reason and an expert advisor. The stars further share that if the audience fails to acknowledge or show appreciation to Leo, then Leos will withhold their expertise and discard the unworthy. So, it might be in the best interest of the audience to appease Leo's ego.
Sarcasm.
By
Sarcasm.
being impressed with Leo's presence, by being impressed with Leo's work, doing exactly whatever Leo has instructed you to do, and know that you are expected to follow all the rules and regulations and policies. And last but not least, to endow Leo with all kinds of gifts. Let me stop. I left something out. The part about you, the audience, having the responsibility to follow all the rules and regulations, policies, ordinances, modes of operation, whatever applies to you as the audience to Leo's leadership. You also have to turn a blind eye to the fact that Leo, the leader, themselves may not feel like those laws apply to them. That is to say, Leo's going to feel like they don't have to follow the rules. Why? Because they're the king, they're the leader, they're the authority. They're the one there showing up to the shit show to show you or tell you what you have to do and to instruct you and inform you. So, that's to say, you may see that Leo does not follow the rules and regulations. Okay, let's see. It says here in my notes, truth being told, Leo may have an interest in the show being successful overall. What show? Whatever organization, group, club, institution, social construct that you're all participating in. This can be in a social environment, a work environment, whatever applies to your story. Anyway, Leo has their own personal interest in that institution surviving, in that institution being successful, or whatever the case is. But in fact, really has no idea how things will pan out. Let me try to clarify that. So Leo comes to the shit show. They show up. They show up as an expert, as an advisor, as a guide, a leader, etc., to the others, to the employees, to the audience. And Leo tells you what you need to do. They motivate you into being productive. They give you all the rules, regulations, and policies that they probably will not follow. And with all this self-confidence that Leo displays to others, the truth is, Leo really does not know if they're going to get through to you or to the audience or something like that. So Leo doesn't really know the outcome of their works. They don't know if they're going to persuade you. They don't know, even if they tell you the rules, that you are going to follow the rules. You know, they don't know that.
But Leo is nevertheless going to what they call radiate confidence. And here's a word of advice to anybody around Leo in the month of August, or a Leo type, is to actually know who you're following. Because another thing that is possible is that Leo, how can I say this? Leo is a representative for, again, a major institution or one of the world's constructs. They work for something bigger, or bigger boss, something like that. And so all of their charisma and persuasion is on the behalf of that bigger entity or deity or boss, business, organization, whatever it is, being successful. So they could possibly, Leos could possibly do what is needed or necessary to do their job successfully. And that is to motivate you or the others into action to what? To be productive for that boss, that bigger entity or industry. So it's possible that Leo could it's possible that Leo doesn't have the best interests of the others, of the collective, of the people. Leo, that's how I can say it. Leo may not very well have the best interests for the collective or the people. Leo has the best interest for pacifying the bigger entity there, because the bigger entity is who pays them, who allows Leo to be up on their pedestal. Hopefully this report helps you all for the month of August of 2023. Oh Lord, let me see if I can remember. Oh, glory and honor to that which strengthens me, that allows me to tap in. Let's talk about what Leo represents. Leo is represented in our real time by that white family that incited a brawl, borderline race battle in Alabama on August 5th of this year, just the other day. That white family, remember, is a proxy or are representatives for a grouping of, or the grouping of Caucasians that share in the tainted ideology of white supremacy, and they uphold a structure of systematic racism and oppressing others that are not like them. That's what they represent, who they are. So far, since I've been going through each message, this grouping of people have been referred to directly by the stars, the messages in the stars. They've been referred to through Aries, saying you got some insider information. That is what white privilege is really about. They've also were referred to when it came to Gemini as the opposing duality. That is the opposing race, black and white. They're the white race, the white supremacists. Then they were referred to in Cancer. With Cancer talking about, hey, you're going to bite off more than you can chew. You're going to have to call him back up. You're going to fake making amends, so something knows what they're going to do. Like, and it knows that their response to them citing this brawl and potential race battle, this entity that I'm talking about that even put the message in the stars in the first place, know they're going to try to fake their way or weasel their way out
and try to smooth things over so they can continue to live their best life, and the whole institution of supremacy can continue. It knows this. Anyway, this same grouping of people are now being reflected in the zodiac sign of Leo. And Leo, remember, still talking about this same grouping of people, or of Caucasians that share in this tainted ideology of supremacy and having a sense of entitlement and upholding, infusing and upholding systematic biasness, structures that enforce biasness and obstacles to, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, now in Leo it says, okay, still talking about that particular set of people. It says, okay, you're showing up at the shit show, is what I said. First, let's start with the short. The short said, I see you up on your high horse, Leo. Leo being that grouping of people. You're on your high horse, huh? You're feeling yourself. But I think somebody gonna knock you off. So they was up on their high horse. They did what they felt they were entitled to do to that boat dock manager, and they got knocked off their high horse. Okay. Now going into the extended version, it says, okay, now Leo, you showing up to the shit show, meaning that whole scene was planned hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago. You gonna show up to the scene to be the word of reason. The word voice of reason. You were there to tell everybody what to do, and that's what they did. They came to tell that dock manager what he was supposed to do, allow them to do, you know. And it goes on and on and on. It gets deep. And I'm laughing, and I laughed while I was listening to Leo, because remember, I'm interpreting the stars. Some other entity put that message there, who God knows how long ago, and it manifests on August 5th. And the message, when I got it originally back in June and July, when I started, and I'm like, I would chuckle at some of them. You know, that's why I was like, I can make these shorts this time. I can see this play. Chuckling. And I chuckled when I was making those, doing the interpretation, making the shorts and everything, because I felt sarcasm. And why am I pointing this out? Because some strange entity wrote this into existence, God knows how long ago, and they were being sarcastic. Sarcasm in astrology? Really? This is a entity, a conscious being that's doing this. When I say, I point out that it's a conscious being, because this being has a consciousness to be sarcastic. It says, ha ha ha. So you're showing up at the shit show, Leo, to be the voice of reason, meaning the commander-in-chief, to tell everybody what to do. Because you know, Leo is the king. They have all the privileges and the rights and entitlements. Sarcasm. Ain't that something? And it says, Now, in my video, it said, hey, Leo, it's showing that you're going to be radiating all this confidence. Like, you know, you got this, and you telling everybody what they need to do and all of the rules and things. So let me show you how this manifested in our physical. So we have this white family, Leo, that comes up, and they telling this dock manager what they supposed to do and what they ain't gonna do, telling him the rules, or however the conversation went. You could tell that they was telling him what was gonna go on. And we know this when you watch the videos, because they didn't move their doggone boat from the commercial dock. They just didn't do it. They just was enjoying themselves, basking in the sun, and having a leisure moment, and kicking some black butt because they wanted to. Okay? And when they did that, we got to talk about people that witnessed that whole scene. The others, all around and about, the people on the boat, the people up on the shore that wasn't even going to go out on the water, just out there enjoying the day, witnessing this. Some messages
are not spoken. Some messages are not written. What am I saying? I'm saying the actions of that family, taking it upon themselves to dock their boat, leave it there when they were told to move it, and getting so angry that somebody of the other race, the polarity, was telling them to move their boat, just doing their job, as everybody said, just doing his job, that they jumped this man and tried to beat him to death. That's how entitled they were, truthfully. And astrology points that out. Some entity knew this, saw this, made space for it to happen. Interesting. Anyway, Leo. So you was there trying to tell mothers what to do. Everybody that watched that got a message too. Everybody got messages. Example of how people got different messages just from seeing. Because so many people were off in the distance watching the body language, watching the gestures, watching the gestures of dismissal, watching people just go on and do what they wanted to do and not following the rules. Remember, Leo themselves will tell everybody else what they need to do. So Leo, the white family, is telling a dark worker manager what he need to do. Leo, the white family, is telling all the spectators, whether on a boat or on high land, what they need to do. And the message, the unspoken message was, if you're black, or if you're not like us, if you don't have the same skin tone as us, and if you don't have that, then you go over there and you do what we tell you to do. We told you to leave us alone. We're going to dock here, da-da-da-da. So what am I saying? I'm talking about how the other spectators were reading body languages. They too were getting messages. And the message to black people was, stay in your lane, mind your business. We, the right family, the right representative of the right race in this tainted ideology, we do what we want to do. We're docking here. We don't listen to you. Go over there and mess with somebody else. Yada, yada, yada. And if you piss us off enough, we will brutally attack you. And we ain't worried about nothing happening to us. That was the unspoken message to the spectators in the distance. The other message was sent out to other races, other races. If there were any white people in the area, from a distance, what they saw was like, white privilege and entitlement being acted out. This is to my interpretation. Let's see how this goes. Even though Leo is feeling empowered and eluding confidence, my reading says really Leo really doesn't know if they really getting through to the others, to the audience, to them black people. They don't know. They got to wait. Listen to my message. Leo has to wait to see how the people respond. And the people responded. Leo wasn't expecting it. But this, what am I talking about? I'm showing you how my interpretations were right on point. I'm showing you how our reality that exists now, was already in the stars. Once a mother sucking in. I'm not the greatest, but I'm trying, because it's I don't, maybe something will give me the words to say. Maybe one day soon, But if it's already in the stars, some entity, some deity, some being with higher intelligence, consciousness, and ability to be sarcastic already wrote this report. And it's just plain out. Not only did it write the report or the script, who knows how long ago, it also set the stage. The stage is that riverfront. The stage is that company existed. The stage is that boat that everybody was almost called the Harriet too. The stage is what I'm hearing report is that is a dock historically where slaves were bought in and sold off on an auction block. The stage was set. The stage was set for them people, that family, to have white privilege, benefited from their skin color, acquired the quality of life they desire, nobody defined for them, and they chose to take their resources and buy a boat to go to that place to dock that day and refuse to move. Every person that was there, the whole scene had been predetermined. That don't, make it, this is a good this term that's been trending now. Your spidey senses go off. Ain't nobody spidey senses going off. And who am I talking to? I'm talking about people that listen to tarot readings, palmistry, astrology, anything that foresees the future. And to be able to foresee the actual scenario or storyline play out exactly as it manifests in reality. And your spider senses ain't going off. And you can't be on your best behavior. This is interesting. How long I got? Because I'm just here, slow motion, taking my time, experiencing ecstasy. This is how ecstasy looks. That's it. Experiencing ecstasy. Anyway, so what was I talking about? Because I get so excited. Oh, Leo, with their arrogant selves. Again, that entity tapped into sarcasm, and the sarcasm is about how, Leo is so arrogant and entitled. It's telling everybody else what to do, but they themselves are not going to follow the rules. They're not going to follow the rules. Who's not going to follow the rules that have been established in our reality, such as laws and different things like that? It is that grouping of Caucasians I've been talking about. They're not going to follow rules. They're going to tell you what you need to do. They're going to make laws that limit you and help structure your life, but it does not apply to them. It doesn't apply to them. An example is because people act like they can't. I'm concerned for people, and I'm talking about all people, act like you can't comprehend and see this stuff. Like an example of how rules have been established to limit some but advance others comes in the housing sector, and how redlining was created to keep black people from certain neighborhoods, from even if they could afford it, but yet giving or allowing people of with white skin or Caucasians, no matter what their ideology was, it's just the what they call it, the privilege to be able to move in any neighborhood they desire and to get a loan without much collateral, those kind of things. And so going back to this entity that wrote encoded the stars with this message and set the whole scene up for a time such as would occur August 5th was sarcastic. Talking about, I literally seen the entity like, you're showing up to the shit show just to be the voice of reason and to tell everybody what to do. The entity, I'm just blown away that the entity, being whatever it is of higher intelligence, was able to do that. It's just crazy to me. And then for me to be able to pick up on it when I'm interpreting the stars. Watch my video I just showed you. Leo. Anyway, what else was it saying about Leo? Oh, how Leo wouldn't follow the rules themselves. And, it was something else I'm supposed to say. It takes so long. Leo. It says that Leo, I see you up on your high horse. Somebody might knock you off. That's what happened. It said, okay, Leo, you showing up to shit show to be the voice of reason, tell everybody what to do. Oh, and it pointed out, remember that Leo is a representative for a bigger construct or social construct. And so remember, Leo is the white family, but they are a representation or a stand-in for a bigger construct, an ideology, a mindset shared by a broad, a vast grouping of people that share that tainted ideology I've been talking about. And so that in my interpretation, I keep pointing out like, hey, Leo, you there on behalf of this institution. You playing this role for this institution that's trying to strive, and that's what the white supremacy thing. And you don't really know, like the rest of them, the rest of that sector don't really know that you got control. You don't know or not until the people respond. And so what end up playing out during this brawl, or as a result of what ended up happening during this event, is that the people responded. The opposing duality responded. Those black people responded. Now, I don't know how I can successfully show this to you. Remember early on, I was talking about how I've heard people's reaction to that Alabama Riverboat Brawl. And in their reactions, they say that, like, the ancestors, the African ancestry, the black ancestry came up, the spirits came up and took over the people. And I was like, wow, we just reaching for everything. But in actuality, these people that drew that correlation, they weren't making it up. Astrology says that from the depth, this energy, these spirits will come cohabitate. I ain't got to them zodiac signs. Come cohabitate and compel people to do what they got to do. Tap into their dark side and do what they need to do to secure their bag, to secure the quality of life they desire, not somebody else's defined for them. That's later on in the other zodiac signs. Powerful. Anyway, I was trying to point out that yes, the ancestors of the black people were present at that dock. And it says so in astrology. I'm not making this up. That's why I'm letting you hear my interpretations, both short and the extended. Then I'm going back and overlaying it because I couldn't come up with the institution. I told y'all when I was doing it, I was like, what institution is this talking about? I said, sometimes I can tap into them, other times I can't. For some reason, I can't get exactly what institution. I'm just getting these clues or descriptions to these various aspects. But anyway, now we know Leo represents those people and executing their sense of entitlement and superiority, trying to see what's going to happen now, you know. And they found out, what they say is, they saying they effed around and found out. They effed around and found out what the others thought or how the others felt, you know. Anyway, so I'm going to go on. I'm going to move forward on to the next short. I don't even know if I finished Leo's or not. But we'll come after Leo, y'all. Virgo. So, let's see if Virgo will play without giving me too much shit.
Pisces, come August 2023, which is believed.
Now, I just seen Virgo up there, y'all.
You have feels the inevitable for as long.
Ooh, I can't wait to get to Pisces, y'all. I can't wait to get to Pisces. Because this is some serious stuff. I get to come back on here so y'all can see my reaction. This is some serious stuff. This is some serious stuff. We are really at a crossroads in this here United States. This ain't no joke. Some entity or deity and wrote it, set the stage, and we are at a crossroads, baby. Oh my God, I'm just... Whew. Okay, calm down, Nancy. Getting too passionate. Okay. I'm going to try to click on Virgos again. Let's see what it decides to do.
Virgo, come August 2023, I see you might be dissatisfied with just about everything. Go ahead and put them out. How about that?
One more time.
Virgo, come August 2023, I see you might be dissatisfied with just about everything. Go ahead and put them out. How about that?
Okay. Going back to my default page to make it reset so I can start. One thing I want to say about Virgo, Virgo represents the example, going back to when I did Taurus on here, talking about, hey, you know what you got to do, Taurus. These are the people, the black people that's dissatisfied. I mean, we talking about generationally dissatisfied with the quality of life we've been allotted, not what we want. We've been allotted or allowed, and you say, oh, I know what I got to do. And that energy of Taurus also is connected to the ancestors. Okay, not making this stuff up. This is so freaking deep. It's incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. When I get messages like this, it takes me to tears because it's so deep. It's intense for me. Just be quiet, Nancy. Okay. And what else? It wasn't just Taurus. I was trying to think of, anyway, because Virgo talks about put them out. Put them out. The reason why I'm to say something about Virgo first, because I say you might just be totally dissatisfied when I put them out. Is certain people you might be dissatisfied with. This is very on a very basic level. It's like in the white overall Caucasian race, the white race. It's some white folks out here like this is shit is unbelievable. How some of our people of the same skin tone act. This is absolutely disgusting. And what am I saying? It's white people that don't share in that ideology. That they are better or more effective than any other race, especially black people. There are white people that do not believe that you got your right to put your hands on whomever you want to, because you feel like you're superior. There are white people that witness this event that ain't with it. They be like, oh, that family got what they deserve because they were wrong. They were wrong for jumping on that man. They were wrong for parking their boat there. They not going to make no excuses. Wrong is wrong and right is right. It's that grouping. And so, to that, the Caucasian side, but the Caucasians that share in that tainted ideology, Virgo energy says they're going to try to dismiss the other white folks that don't agree with them, that tell them they're wrong. They're going to dismiss them. You know, you're not truly white if you don't have the mindset. You know, that kind of thing. Or so they're going to dismiss you. Just like I'm about to go back to my default page, y'all. I don't even know if this young man is represented. I don't have an image with a young man represented. But here, he kind of here. Here's the following the magnifying glass. Here's the boat dock manager that this white family attacked. Here are some members of the white family. And to this very far end, the image is cropped, but you see an arm and some khakis. It is a young, I think they said he was 16. He's a Caucasian fella. He works for that same boat company, and he is one of the dock attendants. Anyway, he tried to get some of these family members, white family members, off of this black boat manager, you know, and they turned on that young man, one of them, and took him, pushed him, and then socked him in the gut. So, back to Virgo. Says, the group is willing to get rid of you, put you out, cast you away, disregard you. Just like that Caucasian family member did to a person of their own skin color, but because that young man, the other boat attendant, was trying to get them off of his colored co-worker, they turned on him, pushed him violently, socked him in his gut, telling him, bitch, back off. If you ain't with us, then you against us. But it wasn't in words, it was in action. And that's what Virgo represents. Another way Virgo manifests in reality is on the opposite side. The duality. The other race is black and white this month. The other race is the black people. There are certain black people that say, don't rock the boat. We can still continue to try it and true and keep trying to make it, keep trying to, I don't know what they call it, simulate or whatever, basically get America on board to accept everybody go after their desired quality of life. You keep trying, but yet, talking about the black side, people are constantly having to deal with the obstacles associated with racism and systematic racism, prison, bad school system, all set up to make sure that we don't make a comeback or to seize control of our own destiny, of how we get our own bag or our resources out of the world, to strengthen our culture, our race, as well as our individual lives, right? So it's black people on this side of mountain. They'll mess with what's going on. And I'm gonna say something, y'all, and I might get flagged for this, but I have to say it because I really feel this is the case, and I'll maybe tell you why at some point in time. And so again, some black people saying, I like in Taurus, which say Taurus energy says, if you ain't with me, you might not know what you gotta do. You might not be receiving your downloads from the ancestors, and you don't know what you got to do. You don't have the courage to do it. You don't have the wherewithal to do it. But Taurus, remember Taurus is a archetype, a representative for certain avatars in this world. And we're talking about black avatars, black Americans that are tired of it, fed up, tired of being told what quality of life they can have, tired of being told what to do or they can't do by Leo. And I'm going into Leo in a minute. And so Taurus, talking about the other duality, will tell those people that don't know what they got to do, that want to stay within the status quo, that's still trying to claw their way to equality. That's what it is, claw their way to equality after years and years of our trying. Taurus tell them, get out. Virgo is the energy that says, get out the way. It says, get out the way. Okay. Now, it was something I was going to say. I know. What was I about to say relative to Virgo? I'm on Virgo, right? Okay, so now we're going to watch the extended video of Virgo to get an understanding based on my, what was scheduled to take place in August through my generic reading. Oh, mother. Plucker-duckers. Maybe I should have changed the battery. Y'all, I am really enjoying this. I really am. I am getting tired though, but I am really, really, really for real enjoying this. When I can't even express. I wish I had I can't help but say it. I done stopped myself 3-4 times. I wish I had a bigger audience. I wish I had people that could really ride the wave with me. I wish I could help to train people to see, or give them the information so that they can see, because we can see, and it is our fault. When I say our, I'm talking about people, humanity's fault that we don't see. We refuse to see. We refuse to take the time to see. Oh man, it's so deep. It's so deep. Where am I at? Come on. If this thing allows me to move without. Am I on Leo? No, I'm supposed to be doing Virgo in there, y'all. I think so.
Welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Leo's August 2023.
I'm supposed to be doing Virgo. Get out the way. Get out the way. Supposed to be looking for Virgo. See? Hot diggity dog. Don't do it again. Virgo. I can't believe this. That kind, Nancy.
Hello. Welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and today I'm here to share Virgo's August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so please be patient with me. I plan to leave my notes, improvise along the way. We'll see how it goes. So, Virgo, during August 2023, the stars state that during this period, you're going to be reflecting upon your lifestyle and all the work that you are required to do to maintain that quality of life. The stars go on to suggest that at some point you may determine that you are disappointed with results. That is to say, you have to put in more work than you receive in reward. Another way to say that is the work load is disproportionate to your earnings or the rewards you receive that allow you to buy into the quality of life that you so desire. Anywho, back to my notes. So, Virgo, if you find yourself basking in disappointment or discontentment, then you will turn your focus to others that you share space with. So, others that you share space with, examples of such people are family, significant others, people in your close proximity, intimate sphere. You're going to turn it up. The stars go on and says, Virgo has become aware that any lack, dysfunction, or hardship that they are dealing with or facing is due to others' incompetence or failure to contribute. At that point, Virgo, you will not hesitate to call others out, pointing out their flaws and offer them advice about how they can help build and sustain you all's lifestyle. Actually, if all else fails, Virgo is willing to consider changing their social and or living arrangements. So y'all heard that. If you're around a Virgo in the month of August, you better get it together. Because Virgo is really looking at how effective their efforts to build a sound lifestyle or quality of life is. They're looking at how hard they have had to work to get the little bit that they have. And if it's coming up short, if it's dissatisfactory, if their environment is dissatisfactory to them, they looking around like, okay, husband, wife, significant other, children, family that's home or always coming over to ask for something. Hey, my quality of life is not where it is because you're not contributing. I'm the only one. Virgo is the only one contributing to building this kingdom up. And the time has come that you have to contribute. And if you don't, then you got to go. You heard that here first. Until next time. Bye.
I scare myself. Virgo. Oh. So let me try to recap and update Virgo. I gave some preliminary information on what Virgo symbolizes for the month of August. Now, infusing our current events with it. Alright. Virgo, let's look at it from the dynamic of the Black experience. Focusing on the active Black people at this Alabama riverboat on August 5th. These people working for that riverboat cruise line probably don't get paid much of anything. Maybe, $15 an hour, maybe topping off at $18. That's not a lot, especially with the cost of living. But they go to work every day, giving it their best, being the best hostess, putting the people on the boat, taking them off, making sure they ate, fed, the establishment clean. They upholding this business. That business wouldn't exist without these people. But the day comes, August 5th, that these workers, again, check in to work, doing their job, being excellent, smiling, and giving it the best. Not so much for the company. That's just the actual goal of the whole way the system is set up to uphold that business. But personally, because they got to pay bills, they got to buy food, they got to tend to their quality of life to the best that they can, based on the dynamics of our construct, social construct. But the day comes that this one particular avatar, I'm referring to the boat dock manager, the black fella that was attacked by the white family. He's doing his job, and he's challenged by people in his immediate environment, talking about that family. And it was this moment that you can tell when you watch the video that he had to make a decision, because he saw that these people had crossed the line, were willing to cross the line, about to cross the line, and at some point they were going to cross the line. They did. And he had to make a decision in a split second. And it was shown in the videos when he took his hat off, part of his uniform. First, it happened in different stages. First, he took the hat off. No, first he turned the hat around. He's growing short-tempered. But he needs his job, because he got to buy food for him and his family. He got to provide water for him and his family. He got to put a roof over him and his family head. Got to pay the car note, all that kind of stuff. School coming back. Turn the hat around like I'm losing my temper. I need this job. Lord knows I need this job. He turned his hat back around. He on duty. He calm down. He's still trying to get these people to move their boat from this commercial dock. They blocking the boat from coming in. The company's boat from coming in with all these hundreds of passengers on the boat. People still won't move. They still trying them, still challenging them. We doing Virgo now, y'all. What it means. What it really represents. That is representing. This moment of having to make a decision. The man is executing the tried and true. He's following tradition. He's simulated into the system. He's doing what has been allotted to him, and it's to work his job. And the day comes that he's challenged to the point that he has to make a life-changing decision. But he had no choice. The ancestors called upon him, as shown in astrology. And he takes his hat off again. And this next time he lays the hat down on the dock, because he doesn't want to throw his job away. He doesn't want to throw away his little piece of security, his ability to sustain his quality of life. He doesn't want to. But he's being pushed. He's being forced by a spiritual entity that is forcing its interest upon him and his title. This is historical. And so he's still trying to negotiate with these people, which he shouldn't have had to do, to move their craft, the watercraft. They don't. Calms down again, picks his hat back up. He back on duty. He calm. He done stay poised. He's trying to do his job. He's doing his job and trying to do it. It comes again that he is confronted head on by the opposition, by the duality, by the what is it called? By the polarity. The white people that have the ideology that they are superior, entitled. It cannot be told what to do by the opposing polarity.
the subordinate class, the black class. You can't tell me what to do. And at that time, here is the symbol. He takes the hat off. And he was going like throw it down back on the ground near him. I mean, I'm still on duty. I'm still trying to try and true. You can see him trying to trembling in the spirit. But he said, not no more. We don't know it. He probably is not conscious of it. Because it's things that were happening in the spirit that were known of. Who knows how long this have been, in the working. What I'm talking about is the architect of the astrological messages. He takes his hat and he casts it 15, 20 feet into the air onto the higher dock. That that was a signal. People are comparing it to the Batman signal. Batman signal. When the spotlight go up. But in actuality, that was him casting and accepting what was about to happen. He knew when that hat went up, he knew that it was about to be a fight, and he was going to be fighting for his life. He knew that he was going to lose his job. He knew he was going to lose his little bit, not only his little bit of sense of security in this world. He was throwing away his family's security. They depended on that man's job. They depended on that man going to work when he was supposed to go to work to make that money, to bring home the bag of bread, the butter, the bacon, the water, the roof, or whatever. That's what that hat being locked off meant. Another thing to look at relative to Virgo's message is the disproportion in, or the disproportionate distribution of resources in this world, with a primary focus on the United States. Try to say that in a more simple way. That there is a difference between how much most black people make, or the subordinate classes make, or subordinate races make, and to what the superior race, established superior race makes, or the white race makes. And that is also shown in this event that occurred on August 5th. We have this dock worker, or these dock workers, because that's going to come out later, that they're making, we're going to say, between $12 and $18 an hour. Got to go to work every day, at least 40 hours a week, probably doing some overtime, because they probably seasonal workers, trying to make enough to make ends meet, barely. And then the opposite polarity is parked or docked at the end of the dock. These people, this family, the white family, in a watercraft, they boat. There's people saying it's called a platoon or whatever. I forgot to look that up. It was a boat. And they are leisure, in their leisure. Now, comparison. And I've talked about this before. I can't remember the name of the video, because in astrology, a few years ago, it brought up these spiritual entities. And it was about race, spiritual entity. And I experienced it. I have to find the name of that video and refer you to it at a later time. But here we are now, some years later. This is like 4 or 5 years later since I got that message and seen that we have these two polarities. One, having to go to work every day. At that moment, they were at work trying to just do their job. And on the other side, we got this other group of the people that have enough resources during their work period that they got much leisure time. Not only do they have much leisure time, they also have luxury, the boat. The boat. And be able to ride the waters and relax and not have to worry about and worry about their bills being paid. This polarity existing is what Virgo is pointing out and representation of. And it's back to the black experience, or the subordinate class experience. So
having to go to work every day, can't miss a day, otherwise you're going to suffer. You might not have quite enough to pay your bills, or whatever the case may be, you know. And also having to deal with people's BS, having to deal with the public's BS, period. We ain't just talking about the racist stuff that's happened in this event, just having to deal with people and they asshole ways, and they have to be quiet all the time and just take it for what? $12, $15, $20 per hour, or whatever. Money that's not enough to really cover your quality of life, and it sure ain't enough for you to save up to, you know, do your own thing, that which you desire for yourself. It ain't enough. And then Virgo talks about this line that exists. Not only that polarity, or that difference in resources, or the distributed resources throughout society based on what race. It has this line like, how much are you gonna take? You know, talking to the common worker, that lower class or whatever, you know, that coined, I'm gonna say coined lower class, not that they are the lower class, they've been coined, systematically forced into this role of subordinates. How much are you gonna take? It's this line. What line? Where is the line at? At what point? Or what has to happen that a person is willing to sacrifice what they need to sustain their life? Because we're talking about people that probably don't have, I'm just speculating, people that probably don't have a significant amount saved up to carry them for months on end without going to work. We're talking about people that probably live paycheck to paycheck. You know, at what point do you say, I don't care if I can't provide? What has to happen for you to say, well, I guess I won't be eating. I guess I'm going to face starvation. I guess I'm going to face the elements because I ain't going to have a roof over my head because I'm about to go to whooping on your for harassing me. For, you know, not respecting me. You know? And so Virgo talks about that. Oh gosh. This is something else. Okay. So I take so long that I forgot what I was saying. But Virgo represents that moment, that deciding moment. And it was not just for that initial dark worker or manager. It was for the rest of the staff that soon followed to defend and back this man that was brutally attacked. It was the young man that jumped off the ferry and swam to shore to make sure that the odds were level. You know, it was the rest of the members or the boat dock managers, co-workers that get off that boat when it docked and came to even the score. They all made this decision. They all had made this decision. And I point out again, astrology referred to the ancestors coming up in them. They were empowered. What we saw, what we witnessed, them people coming to shore to fight, to even the odds, to get retribution, to execute karma. It was divinely inspired. And astrology says that. And that should be something that makes the other side, the polarity, spider senses tingle. It should be. That this was already written and the stage was already set who knows how long ago. Who knows? Other people get off that ferry once it docked. And I think these were just basic civilians coming in to enjoy the day. They were African American males. They look like we call them from where I am, we call them gorillas. No bars hold, they gorillas. These are the ones that society look at now as black on black crime and all that community strife and stuff. These are gorillas. The real soldiers came. Probably didn't know that man from Adam, but was the unjust. I bring them up and talk about them being known as the gorillas in the black community because they often get a really bad, connotations attached to them. Everybody serves a purpose, and I talked about that before in another video, and that had to do with that, what was that name of that concert? The concert, his name was Scott Travis concert. I talked about this particular demographics of the black community. Anywho, back to them, the gorillas. They turned up. They showed out. They do what they do. They do what they were spiritually bred to do. And I need to talk about them, and I'll be speculating. I say speculation, but anyway, often the gorillas of the black community have outstanding legal issues. Yeah, they've been in some trouble. How do I know this, and why am I so comfortable speculating this? It is because that's how they were. This is how they were born, raised, reared. Their whole personal black experience created the spirit that dwells within them. I talk about the cohabitating spirits. Where I'm talking about, these are fellas that have this cohabitating spirit that they often entertain. They entertain it every day. And yes, in our reality, it leads to oftentimes black on black crime because it's not focused and fun. But they are a direct product of their earthly environment and their earthly experiences, and they serve a purpose, and they showed up. And I really applaud them. Because, remember, just like the dock worker threw his hat up and said, "The hell with this low-paying job. You didn't cross the line. This is it. No more." Those other co-workers that got off the boat like, "Hell with this minimum payment and I can barely make it." You didn't cross the line. The spirit that I'm talking about was that spirit over there. That white family embodied. That spirit. Then you can cross the line, entity. No more. We gonna issue instant karma on that ass. And that's what they did. So back to the gorillas. See, you got to know about the gorilla experience. You got to know about the gorillas psychology. You got to, again, back to their experience. A lot of them have pending legal troubles, warrants and stuff. But the ancestors came upon them too. Oh, this ought to make everybody spider senses tingle. The ancestors came upon these people that, and I go on over it because society, even their own people, hold them real low as far as our opinion of them. We don't have empathy toward them. We act like we don't understand where they come from, how they was made and built, and why they do what they do when they do it. I live amongst quite a few of them, so I see it every day, and I entertain it every day. And I bring it up because when the ancestors came up upon this particular grouping of people, I'm about to point them out on my default page. These brothers right here. These soldiers here. People joking calling this one the one that skipped. They say if you see a black man skipping towards you pulling up your pants, you better run. And that's the truth. Because they ain't coming to play. They don't come to play. These are the sector of the black society that they fighting for their survival every day. Every day. I ain't gonna go on. I already went in detail about them before. I'd have talked about them again and again. But they fighting for their survival every day. They fighting for respect every single day. These are the people that have fell through the cracks, most of them, when it comes to education, when it comes to if they gonna eat. Yeah, these are a lot of our dope boys in the black community because they have, again, failed in this whole systematic, corrupt system. The way it's constructed, they've fallen through. And that's a whole nother video I could go so deep into that, about the dynamics that none of us take the time to ponder, except for a person like myself, father. But they had to call of the ancestors too. And could you imagine? You know, I'm standing in intercession for the gorilla, for the dope boy, for the person, the black male that has outstanding warrants and they know they got it. And the ancestors come upon you and say, this is your moment to shine. They're like, okay, this is what's happening in the spirit. Because in immediate reality, that's not how things play out on the surface level. But I'm talking on the spiritual level, on the subconscious level. This is what's happening to them. Spirit say, dope boy, it's your time to shine. Dope boy in spirit like me, you want me to go out here, execute instant karma on this spirit, and you know I got warrants? You know when I do that, I'm going to jail. Most of them, I'm going to prison. This might be my third strike. And you know the system got the 3-strike rule, you know that's happening, right? You know, you ask an awful lot, ancestors of spirit. But we don't, they say you don't know if you entertain the angels or not. Those men, those black men that I just showed you underneath the the magnifying glass, are spiritual soldiers, and they probably don't even know it. I can say that they're spiritual soldiers, called upon by the ancestors or some greater energy, God, Buddha, Allah, however you like to label it, to play their part that they played at that riverboat front in Alabama on August 5th. They know that they was going to take the L's. That boat attendant knew he was going to take the L's. He knew he was going to lose his job. All of them other boat attendants that got off and went to his aid, the one that swam over, the young women, they all knew. Because it's part of the black experience. It's systematically set up. They knew they was going to take the L. That was a sacrifice. The goons, the gorillas, the dope boys that get off, they knew. Part of the black experience. They knew about it. They really knew about it. Go take the L's. But it was divinely inspired. They were divinely called. And they answered. And I gotta say this again. I have to remind y'all, anybody that watches this, I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff is in astrology. Who knows how long this message has existed? Who created the whole system of astrology? Encoded this very message for this time to set up the whole stage. That is not me. That's not Nancy. I don't have the power. I don't even have the insight. I don't have the intellect. But it exists. And I got very close to what actually ended up manifesting in reality. That should make all of our spider senses tingle. We're going to go into that in another video. Because y'all know I have yet to address that new movie called They Clone Tyrone. I just been sitting back chilling because I got so much to say. Because if you follow me, you know I've talked about the scientific experimentation they do on blacks. I told y'all it was done to me. I just never went into detail about my own personal life, but I told y'all it happened. And when the movie came out, so you know, a whole nother video. That would be a definite TMI video. Anywho, I'm going on and on and on and on. So I probably missed something about Virgo. So what's after Virgo? Virgo's number 6, so number 7. Let's do number 7, which is Libra. My dog's starting to bark. They getting on my nerves already. They about to get on my nerves. Anyway, we're about to watch Libra to see what Libra's about. Ooh, what a picture. Will it come up? Libra,
Libra, come August 2023. I see you as the bigger person, living an upright life. Some get it, but others don't. I think you better watch your back. How about that? Libra, come August 2023, I see you as the bigger person, living an upright life. Some get it, but others don't. I think you better watch your back. How about that?
All right, y'all. Hallelujah. 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 Had to go back to my default page to reset this page. You're coming back. How about that? I almost got the Holy Ghost on y'all. We just watched my short for Libra for the August of 2023. You heard the message. It says, Libra, you're trying to be the bigger person. Who's trying to be the bigger person relative to what we got going on in this real live world and the current events? On a small, mundane level, microscopic level, I guess you could say. The boat attendant kept his composure, trying to do his job, trying to be professional, trying to keep the peace. Elite Libra, that person was the bigger person, you know. Historically, remember this is a polarity thing. The black and white is the example the universe is using. Says all this time, Libra, you've done everything you can to keep the peace. Who is Libra representing and it is referring to here? It's referring to the black American doing everything you can to keep the peace. Everything. Going to work, doing the tried and true. You say these the rules, we're following the rules. You say we're gonna get some equality and have it. You know? And it says that in my report, it says some people get, Libra, that you're trying to be the bigger person. Who gets that you're trying to be the bigger person? The reality is other people in the world, you know, other black people understand that the black culture or race is trying to keep the peace. We are constantly being the bigger people. And then there's also the other races, as well as the other extremity, which are the other Caucasians that don't share in that ideology, tainted ideology. They say, you know, they really, black folks really trying to keep the peace. I don't know if I can let somebody slap me like that and not slap them back. These are the very honest Caucasians. You know, right is right and wrong is wrong. And so Libra represents the avatar or the character here of black people that are trying to be the bigger person, always trying to be the bigger person. Some people get it. I explain who get it. And others don't. Others are so blind that they can't see that Libra or black people are actively, historically, keeping the peace. This is where they may cut me off. But I'm going to say this in a minute. Anyway. Historically, keeping the peace. That portion of the Caucasian race that have those tainted ideologies, that sense of superiority. Okay. So right now, just hold the phone, put it on. I'm about to come out. Let me start this video so y'all can watch it, because I have a call that seems like it's so important. So if it comes on, I want y'all to watch the Libra video, and I'll be right back. Let's see.
Hello. Welcome to Can Angels Fly. I'm Nancy, and today I'm here to share Libra's August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I ask you to be patient with me. I'm going to read from my notes and kind of improvise as I move along. We're going to see how it goes. Anywho, the stars suggest that during this time period of August 2023, Libra, you are the bigger person. You are living an upstanding life and executing good business practices. Even more, you take your personal and professional responsibilities seriously, going above and beyond the call of your duties. However, some people among you are disgruntled and or annoyed with your mode of operation and the lack of benefits that they receive. Furthermore, there is at least one among you who has their own plan of operation,
or they intend to grab the bag for themselves and are really irritated by your presence. So watch out. Nevertheless, your humanitarian nature and keen insight gives you the upper hand, allowing you to sway a percentage, a large percentage, of your associates to maintain integrity and to be productive. And you do so by renegotiating the terms and conditions of your engagement, as well as renegotiating the benefits for all. So, in short, Libra, it looks like in August 2023, you are looked at as a goody two-shoes, and you're living life and working from the perspective of the cup half full, while others are seeing the cup half empty and they are not happy about it. But you're going to step up and try to alleviate any of their concerns by what? Trying to get them more benefits, or at least promising them additional benefits. So one thing Libra needs to take away, or should take away from this report, is to kind of watch her back, because the stars seem like it suggests that there's someone that's going to be antagonizing you in the month of August. Why? Because you're the goody two-shoes, and they don't want to be the goody two-shoes anymore. They're ready to take their destiny in their own hands and get their bag. You know, they don't want to stay positive. They don't want to be kind of don't want to say some things. So I want to do a real extended astrological report for everybody. But it seems like you are not just a goody two shoes, but you're almost like you're being manipulated by the system, and have trust and faith in a system that has let so many people down. You're the one that still has your faith. You still believe in that system. You still believe in that social construct, and you're upholding it with positivity. Well, others are frustrated and they're tired, and at least one is willing to take it to the max to get to the bag. They don't want to slow roll anymore. And it is that person that you need to keep your eyes out for, because they are the ones that's in others' ears, trying to get them on board on their side. Hopefully this report helps you, Libra, in the month of August. Until next time, bye.
Back to my default page before coming back to finish my interpretation of what Libra represents at this point in time, relative to what our reality and what we really have going on here. Well, that was awesome. I can say that was awesome. My reading was absolutely awesome, because it talks about how, again, Libra represents people that try to keep the peace, and some understanding it, what's occurring, and others do not. In my report, it talks about how there are going to be those that try to, number one, they're going to look at Libra as a goody two shoes. I can see where I kind of messing up in the reading a little bit, because like Libra is the goody two shoes. What does that mean in society? A person that has a superiority complex doesn't like a person that they know is openly keeping the peace, trying to be an arbitrator, trying to keep relations functional and workable, and they don't appreciate that, and is going to attack Libra for trying to just do that. So let me try to clarify what I mean using this event that happened August 5th. We have the riverboat manager who really tries to keep the peace with this family that have illegally docked their boat at the commercial dock.
I mean, he's trying to, you know, literally arbitrate their compliance. He's trying to get them to comply. He's, I'm sure, explaining the policies of the dock, of that business, that ferry's business, and saying, hey, you know, this is reserved for this ferry, yada yada. You're not allowed to be here. You know, just move the boat, yada yada yada. Come on, move the boat. It ain't all of that. I'm sure this is what he's saying to these people, and these people just refuse to. They didn't like it. This is all shown in the stars. He didn't like this black attendant telling them to move their watercraft. They didn't like that. They didn't like that that person was able to refrain and stay professional even when being threatened. Because before the actual physical attack, you can look at the body language of that family, the various members of that family, and you could tell that it was threatening, that they were threatening him, that they meant to try to invoke fear in him. And the person still stayed calm. They still stayed professional. They still tried to arbitrate on behalf of that boat company, you know, to get these people to comply. And I'm sure it gave them many options once they to move their boat. You know, options of how they can move their boat and dock it elsewhere or whatever the case may be. And these people really didn't like it. And this zodiac of Libra talks about that person, as an example, that boat dock manager, patience and trying to follow the rules, and how, and then it shows the spirit of the other parties, how in a spiritual realm they didn't appreciate that professionalism. They didn't appreciate this person trying to do their job. They didn't like that at all. And in the spirit, it shows that they were going to attack him. Listen to my message. Listen to my message. This is all crazy. This is all crazy. Anyway, I talked about Libra. Now I want to go on and talk about, and I know what I have to say at this point in time. Libra, the arbitrator, keeping peace. And it also talks about some litigation. That's later on. I think there is, this is my viewpoint. And what I come to understand, just living life, being an American, being a black person, being a woman of color here in the United States, descending from other people of color, and all the experiences I've had, including world travel and the relations that I've experienced with other races, especially with a primary focus on white people. This is what I come to understand or believe. This is just my belief. And it is suggested in astrology. It's really suggested. Maybe at a later time I could just go in and point out where what I'm about to say is suggested. Libra, keeping the peace. We're talking about over history of black and white relations in the United States. Why does the United States continue to exist in the context that we know it has existed? And people have been able to build a wonderful quality of life. America's known for being able to build an excellent quality of life. Why has taken accountability, like Gemini, these various bias ideologies been able to thrive in America? Why have some people, why is there this disproportionate distribution of wealth through America? All of these things. It is because accountability, Gemini, one side is willing to take accountability and responsibility for their part. And here it is. It is because black America has not stood up for itself to the extent in which it would destroy America. Maybe this is just merely my perspective. It's almost like a vision. And I'm trying to explain. I personally see, looking at history, taking everything into consideration, everything that has been, it is, and it is happening as it unfolds, because we're at this crossroads, is that the reason why America is the great country it has been, it is because the coined subordinate, what is it called, subordinate race, which is supposed to be black people, have not, it's like standing up for yourself, but how can I'm gonna say it like this? Black Americans, black people, period, since early times, hundreds of years ago, did revolt. They did stand up for themselves. But there was always this invisible boundary, I think, that we wouldn't cross. Hold that in your mind. If you follow me, you've often heard me say, this experience is amazing. It's amazing. I mean, all the fabulous food, the clothes, the travels, all these things we can partake in, to the best of our ability, financial ability. It's amazing. It's the potential to be heaven. It does. And we who, Americans, no matter what color, we're striving for heaven. We're trying to live our best heavenly experience. Some people living it better than others. But I also talk about this other side that exists. And it's a hell-like state here on earth. Or, relative to what's going on, a hell-like state here in the United States. Has always been pending on the black race and how we respond to the injustice that we have faced throughout history. Throughout history, I believe that there has been a boundary we didn't cross. And I think this is on a spiritual level too. Not so much that we're conscious of it every single day, But it's been this boundary we went across. Because we know if we cross this boundary, standing up for ourselves, we stopping on a pen, that we will bring hell to this country. That this country would no longer exist. Not in the context it historically has. It would never end. Could you just imagine that? And so when referring to the astrologer or the architect of the astrology, whoever decoded it, the original message, is aware of that. Because it suggests to it. Even throughout the years that I've really been diving into astrology, sharing here on YouTube, it suggests to it. And every now and then I'll kind of, hint to it, but I don't go into it because this is a very, very sensitive topic. Very emotionally charged topic. Very. I'm talking about this is some serious business, y'all. And when I say y'all, I'm talking about to everybody. This is some real life serious business. And in this serious business, these race relations that we've been experiencing historically in the United States, the disproportionate distribution of wealth, just everything, the systematic racism and the biases and stuff. This is a spiritual entity, y'all. When I say y'all, I'm talking about everybody. Everybody on the even playing field. I just delivering the message. This is a real life spiritual entity, y'all. It's a demon. And there are certain people that are predisposed for some reason to being susceptible and influenced by the spiritual entity, which I'm going to sum up as racism, but it's a spiritual entity. And this spiritual entity, at this point in time is feeling threatened. But it's up to the people, the subordinate classes, the presumed subordinate races. If that entity continues to thrive as it has and continue on its merry way doing what it's going to do, or the people that supports presumed subordinate class, blacks, will respond and attack that entity. What am I trying to convey here? I'm talking about on the land mass of the United States. If black people move to go up against this huge spiritual entity, it's going to destabilize this whole land. It's going to destabilize every life, every man, woman, child, no matter what age or color. This country will never be the same. Never, ever, ever, ever be the same. The question to everybody is, do you want to lose what we got right now? Do you want to lose what we got right now? I have yet to fully interpret September. That's why I'm going back looking at all these again, listening, interpreting September. I'm going back over it and over it again because I'm telling y'all, I think we at a crossroad. And I don't want to jump. I've been on here how long? Only 4 hours. Oh my God. I know people don't watch these long videos, but let me record my experience for my records. Whoever wants to share it is sharing it. Whoever wants to share it is sharing it. And so who was I just doing? Virgo, y'all. Virgo 6, no D, Libra. Libra. Trying to keep the peace. Trying to keep the peace. Well, Libra, the presumed subordinate group, and the avatars of black people, continue to keep the peace so that this great country, what's it called, a mixing bowl of people, cultures, races, can continue to exist, and we can thrive for what we can manifest. Get the bag for ourselves, to create the quality of life that we desire. Or is this entity going to force us to have to retaliate, to have to stand up for ourselves, to cross that boundary that we never have in the history of the existence of this country? That Alabama River boat brawl is a forecast, y'all. It's showing what's on the table. It's showing us at a crossroads, and it's what blows me away and gives me a sense of euphoria is that it's shown in the stars. How long has that message been in the stars? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what entity encoded that message? I just keep asking. As well as set up the scene for it to occur so that we can see. See, I study the stars, so I seen it vaguely. I'm showing y'all how I interpreted the message at this last moment. This message didn't exist for a while now. I got it 2 months ago. Okay? But everybody don't do astrology. Everybody's not looking at astrology. I myself couldn't see perfectly clear. It was a blurred vision of what was to happen, a blurred forecast of what was to happen. This event right here brings it into full focus for those that don't follow astrology or horoscopes or anything, or don't study, are oblivious to what's going on
right outside their door, you know. Those that stayed blind, or generationally even. This is the physical manifestation, so you can see what is scheduled to occur. Ain't that something? Oh, I'm going on. That was Libra. Now I'm going to Scorpio, because we really got to talk about Scorpio. Oh, thank you for coming here to Can Angels Fly? I've been asking my title as a question in question form lately. Interesting. Everything is so interesting to me. Dude, it happened again.
Scorpio, come August 2023, I see your superhuman powers are activated. Downside is, you gotta share with everybody. How about that?
Replay.
Scorpio, come August 2023, I see your superhuman powers are activated. Downside is, you gotta share with everybody.
How about that? Excuse me, y'all, I'm sick. Coming on back. Scorpio, your superhuman powers are activated. Isn't that something? That is one of the astrological alignments that seems like it really correlates to the people, the black people, hearing from their ancestors or getting their divine download in the moment. A moment to decide to act or not. Superhuman powers. It seems like it correlates to me to that young 16-year-old fellow that jumped off the boat, the ferry, to swim over to shore across the river to aid his co-worker. Superhuman powers. Can you imagine the strength, the endurance that young man had to have, or has, to swim across the river, fully dressed, in shoes, socks, clothes, pants, make it across, pull himself up out of the water where there was no ladder. He literally used his upper body strength and arm strength to pull himself out of this water, take his shoes off, get over there, finds everything to calm down, settle down, and in a moment jump into action because it was right back on. You know, superhuman powers. Do you know the superhuman power a mother sucker had to even like flip his hat up 20 feet in the air as a signal, the energy behind that, compelling that? Or from the goons, the gorillas that get off with their shirts off, ready to go to war, knowing that, I got warrants, they taking me to jail. I ain't even got to the man. Superhuman powers, everybody's talking about him, is the chairman. Literally the chairman. During the brawl, watch the video. It was an older cat that ended up having to go to work on them with a folding chair. Bippity bop, boom. He an older cat, but it didn't seem like he was an older cat when he went to swing in that chair. Where did the chair come from? Superhuman powers were activated. And he used that chair to subdue the enemy that was what? Threatening physically and through, subliminal communications, that they were superior and that they had the right to abuse people of different races, of difference, that were different than themselves. You know, it was superhuman powers activated all over the place. Actually, I even seen a meme that came up with the young fellows, the goons I told you that lined up like soldiers. They got these little fire swirly things that come from the multiverse going around them. They got them coming up as different type of Avengers. Superhuman powers came online. See, y'all don't know what y'all was looking at. I know now what I was looking at. And I find it so interesting how, I'm talking about just people in general, making memes and different things like that, how, and saying that the ancestors came upon the people, how they really were in sync and in tune with what's really going on. In order for me to see it for myself, I had to see it in astrology. I had to go back and listen to my videos. I saw it in my videos, but I didn't know what I was per se looking at. These people knew what I'm saying.
Some people knew what they were seeing without consulting astrology. They put them in memes. And I'm looking at them like, oh, people going to far, they fool and that. But they really are tapped into something, what I'm saying. They really are. Those people that made those goons, gorillas, brothers from the hood, the dope boys, super Avengers with the what they call it, interplanetary world fires, what they call the multiverse fire rings, portals. They really are tapped into something because that's who they really were. That's who they really were. You know, and the whole meme about the chair and the man willing the chair, they call him the chairman. That really is a spirit. That was an entity that came and took these people over. I didn't know it. I'm just thinking, oh, people they fooling, making these memes, yada yada yada. Look at people's sense of humor, da 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 da. You know, and then I go and listen to my videos again, like, hey, they right. That's what was really going on. I'm just blown away, you know. I'm just really blown away. So what was I doing? Because I talk so much. Yes, I do. I'm enjoying it. I want to do I already did the short. I did the short for Scorpio to my superhuman powers coming online. That's why I was talking about the different people's superhuman powers coming online, swimming through the river to get to the thing, the goons coming up and going into formation, all that superhuman powers coming online. Here is Scorpio's extended forecast for August 2023.
Welcome to Can Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Scorpio's August 2023 astrology report. I haven't done this in a while, so I ask you to be patient with me. My plan is to read my notes and to improvise along the way. So let's begin. For you, Scorpio, come August 2023, the stars state, your guiding motto is, if you know better, you will do better. And you, Scorpio, you know better. So you will be doing better. Actually, your superhuman powers are coming online.
You know better because you do better because
you will be hypersensitive to
ancestors
outside
ain't that something?
Your intuition will be at an all-time high, and your perception,
intuition is also tapping into the
observation, and discernment is going through the roof. These qualities will aid you in being able to do your job, to achieve your lofty goals. It also will assist you in enduring your workload, and also it will increase your productivity. The stars go on to say that during this time period, remember to be patient with others around you, because the majority of your associates won't be on your level, as they won't have the power of perception that you do.
Everybody didn't get the ancestor call.
While in the zone, you will be inadvertently profitable to others around you. So, in short, Scorpio, it seems that in August of 2023, your superhuman powers are activated. You're hypersensitive. You are perceiving everything and able to process the information that you're receiving rapidly, and then to use it to be productive. And you're so far more advanced than most people around you that you are going to inadvertently be beneficial to them. Either you can call out what they need to do next, like you're really multitasking in August, and people are going to be tapping into your power and your abilities to help them be more effective in the month of August. Hopefully this report helps you, Scorpio.
Isn't that something? So, on my default page, coming back to reset that page so it makes everything stop. Hopefully my mouse don't go out. Scorpio, other than you, Scorpio represents the superhuman powers that came upon
some of the people, and some of those people were the people were black people. They're very specific people, because remember, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of people on the boat. Everybody was not in tune with the spiritual energies that were taking place. So very specific people did receive the downloads from what the ancestors or the ethereal realm. They were coached on what they had to do. So the actions that you see these black people taking to defend their co-worker and to execute instant karma upon this biased family, it was all divinely inspired. They received the message on time. What they call it, a live message was experienced. They became hypersensitive. That's to say, their focus, even, could you imagine just being on a boat partying? You'd have had a few drinks, you'd have had a good time, you've been booed up in the corner with your significant other, and the spirit come across you and make you. Have you ever had laser focus? It's not something that you per se do on your own, unless you cultivated that gift and skill. But a spirit comes upon you and focuses your attention and your direction. It wants you to have a very unique, up close, front seat, personal perspective of what is playing out in front of you. Is this thing still working? Because it just jumped and did something on its own. So these black people that took action, on August 5th, they didn't just, it wasn't like, to us, it appeared that they just responded in the moment. What I'm trying to say is that something deeper was taking place within their spirit. And that's a whole nother video. This video will be so much longer. That's how complex astrology is, and it's how even more complex than astrology itself was actually playing out in the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is alive, it is active, and you have to be able to tap into it. Some people cannot tap into it. Some people don't get downloads. Some people can't perceive. And what I'm saying is, Scorpio represented them being primed and prompted to be tapped into from the ethereal realm, so that they can receive a personal downloads. So they within a second. With things that happen in the spiritual happen within seconds. I'm talking about microseconds. So we don't even see it in the physical. This is what these people were experiencing. Is what Scorpio was talking about. How the spirit came upon them and had this whole. I'm gonna tell you how the whole conference played out spiritually. We're talking about the black people again right now. I'm talking about the black people. The boat dock worker, manager. The goons that get off the back of the boat without no shirt. The other co-workers that work for that boat company that decide to get off and say, with hell with this low-paying job, and whatever legal problems come, motherfucker done cross the line. Them people, as well as who else? The older gentleman with the chair, and there was another older gentleman over there, and a couple of young ladies that were on that ferry that got off and went to work, to handle some of the white women, rather than let men put their hand on women. They show what we working with. Black women handle the white woman. So that right there. So before these people went into action, astrology is saying something happens in the spirit to these people. I'm not making this up. Watch my interpretation again. What happened to these people? They had what is it called? They had a meeting in the spirit, and I've talked about being in spiritual meetings. You'd be sitting amongst a whole bunch of people in the middle of a party having a spiritual meeting. You're transported to the spiritual meeting in the midst of physical life. And don't nobody around you know it but you. People might say, what's wrong with you? You'll be like, oh, and you'll say, oh, nothing's wrong. I'm just thinking. But you're in a, spiritual meeting. You've been transported into a different dimension. And so this is what happened to these people. The astrology saying that they had this meeting. I don't know if it was a collective meeting. It probably was. Y'all got to watch my video from, what is it? March 6, 2016, where the divine revelation I had. And they talk about a mass spiritual meeting. This mass spiritual meeting. I talked about it. Well, they had a meeting. I don't know if theirs were individual or was a mass spiritual meeting. It probably was a mass spiritual meeting for that particular group of people called by spirit, ancestors, how you like to label it, to partake in that event. And it told them, their mission. This is how it worked out. I've experienced. I don't know if y'all have or not. Told them their mission, what they had to do. If there was any threat to their physical existence, it told them all this. And it told them, you're gonna have to pay the cost, because that's how it is in your world. All this they knew on a spiritual level. And it happened milliseconds. That's what I was trying to say. It happened in milliseconds. They knew when they was gonna come in. They knew the role they was gonna play. They knew the powers that they were gonna possess. All these things. I don't know, again, what y'all know. This story said, I don't know what y'all know. I don't know what y'all experienced. I know what I experienced. And I not today, but I have experienced this, again, spiritual meeting. And so everybody knew the role they had to play, and they played it out. They knew the casualties or the backlash that's coming in that moment. That's a whole nother video, because that's talking about the spiritual experience while in a physical body. A whole nother video. And so anyway, Scorpio just talks about that. It talks about being so sensitive to that those groupings of people attention was drawn to what was occurring on that dock, and which is the attack of their coworker, or the attack of that man. Out of all them people that was on the boat, we know 100% that spirit drew their attention to every single detail that happened. They saw it all. They had, even if they was out in the river, they had a front seat viewpoint of what happened. Y'all don't know that, because this happened in their spirit. So all of this had taken place before they even made it over to that dock, and before everything else, them executing instant karma on them people happened. The astrology talks about it, which is interesting to me. But anyway, that's Scorpio and the superhuman powers and all that, and being hypersensitive and having heightened perception. Oh yeah, and when it came to Scorpio, it said, in my, what do you call it, quick reel or whatever it's called, says, Scorpio, your superhuman powers are going to be activated. You're going to use them. It's going to help you execute your lofty goals, whatever you need to do. It's going to help you do your job. But it's also inadvertently going to help other people. Other people, like, who were the other people? The other people of their same, what do you call it? Of the same race. I'm going to say demographic. The people of the same demographic. So I'm going to try to explain. Remember, this whole astrological message, truly, astrological energy for the month of August is focusing on race relations in America, with a primary focus on the polarities, which are black and white people. There are white people that have a sense of superiority, and there are other white people that don't even share in that ideology. On the other end of the spectrum, there are black people that have tried to, adhere to, the rules, the tried, the true. They didn't try to, do whatever they can to, kind of have everybody have an even chance at obtaining the quality of life they desired. And there's, on the black side, people realize no matter what we do, we're not getting advancement. There's no equality, and this shit continues to go on and on and on. And they're ready to make some changes. They accept their part in it for letting it go on so long, believing in the system, believing that the other side was going to work with them and all that. And then also on the black side, there's some that say, okay, well, we can continue to, tried and true, the status quo, let's not rock the boat, let's keep the peace, let's not start this, because we'll tear the country up, it'll never be the same. This whole land mass would be hundreds and hundreds of years, hell, before anything normal would exist here ever again. And so it's the people that don't want to go there, most black folks don't want to go there, but it's this particular group that's let's keep trying the system. And so it's talking about that. Hold on, I forgot what I was gonna say. Let me go ahead, because I'm forgetting. I got, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, I only got maybe, I'm only gonna be on here another 40 minutes, y'all, and then I'm off of here. Long video, can't help myself. So anyway, I forgot what I was about to say, because I was dealing with Scorpio, superhuman powers, So I'm going to go on to Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Let's see. Of course, my image is in the way. Thank goodness. Okay.
Sagittarius, come August 2023, I see you got a little secret you're trying to keep to yourself. What we all know was done in the dark comes to the light, so get ready to be mad. How about that?
One more time.
Sagittarius, come August 2023, I see you got a little secret you're trying to keep to yourself. What we all know was done in the dark comes to the light, so get ready to be mad. How about that?
All right, coming back in. I'm going to try to wait for my thing to upload my default page so I can run Sagittarius full message. Okay, those stars, that will be that. I hit the wrong thing. Okay, here's Sagittarius extended. Oh, Jesus. Rippy crap. Come on, thing.
Welcome to Can Angels Fly? My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Sagittarius August 2023 astrological report. I haven't done this in a while, so I ask you to be patient with me. My plan is to read my notes and improvise along the way. We'll see how it goes. Anywho, the stars say that come August 2023, Sagittarius, you will probably work close to Scorpio, because both of you know that if you know better, you do better. And you too, as does Scorpio, know better. So you too will be doing better. A matter of fact, Sagittarius, you know even more than you're letting be known to your closest companions or associates, even Scorpios. In order to keep your little secret, you will be flying under the radar. So you are going to do your part, give it 110% effort. You're going to follow all the rules and pretend to be a team player while inching toward grabbing the bag for yourself. Grabbing the bag is getting to the money, the promotion.
Will it allow me to stop? On point. Thank you. I need to stop that. What does Sagittarius represent for August 2023 relative to our real life current events? Well,
Sagittarius, remember, Sagittarius occupies the ninth house in astrology, and the ninth house talks about what? Ideologies. What ideology have we been talking about? We're talking about the tainted ideology of white supremacy, white superiority, in the sense of entitlement, white privilege, and also building and sustaining a systematic racism, a systematic a bias system. And so listen to my message. I didn't know exactly what words to use. I used my generic listing of words, terms, and statements to convey the message. But it's saying, hey, there is an ideology that is basically going to protect itself. I've defined the ideology, the tainted philosophy, or ideology of white supremacy. Is going to protect itself. It's going to play by the rules, meaning go through all the rigmarole and all the red tape, blue tape, and kind of laying low for a minute and all in order to protect itself. It's actually protecting what? When I say itself, it's this entity that exists here in America, as I defined it, described it. And so we're going on, and so pay attention. This is what it's talking about. How this entity of racism and all this biasness and the white supremacy is protecting itself. This is what it's talking about. Listen.
The stars say that come August 2023, Sagittarius, you will probably work close to Scorpio, because both of you know that if you know better, you do better. And you too, as the Scorpio, know better. So you too will be doing better.
It won't stop.
A matter of fact,
it'll stop. Thank you for stopping. The reason I want to stop it is because in this interpretation, I'm saying, hey, Sagittarius is working closely with Scorpio. I just defined Scorpio as those that superhuman powers came online. These are the African Americans that have been opened up to and have this connection with higher consciousness. And these are the people that went into action. Examples, physical examples in our world are the black people that went into action on that day to execute instant karma. Now, Sagittarius are the ones with the tainted ideologies. It's saying that the tainted ideology people are going to kind of act like they're working with the superhuman power people. See, nobody else really matters here, just the people that are awakened. We call them awakened people. So we're awakened black people, or awakened the whole part of society that's awakened to the nonsense associated with racism. You have to work with them because they're awake. You gotta work with them. Not only is Sagittarius going to be working with them, Sagittarius is also working with Aries. Do you remember who Aries is? An example that we were given in our real-time world through the current event that I've been talking about is that white family. That white family is a representative or proxy for all the other Caucasians that share in that tainted ideology. So, all of them, throughout the whole United States, every single one of those people out there that believe in white supremacy, that believe they are entitled, all of them, Sagittarius is going to be working close with them. So understand, how can I say this another way? Sagittarius, the ideology, is playing both sides of a card. On one side of the card, that tainted ideology relative to the awakened people, black people, is saying, okay, we're going to pretend like we're a team player. We're not racist. We don't feel like we're superior to you. And what I say, go through all the blue tape, the red tape, or whatever the case is, the bureaucracy or whatever, to smooth it over. Because remember, it's
the Sagittarius archetype is fueled by or animated by this tainted ideology of supremacy based on race. And that whole unit is a spiritual entity. Spiritual being. That spiritual being is also doing business on the flip side of the car with all its followers. The followers are what? An example is that white family from that day, and represents all those that do exist throughout this whole country that share in that ideology. So that's to say that supremacy is still at work. It's kind of laying low for a moment. And so it's acting like it wants to do, or it's willing to do, relation healing. Relations healing. Race relations healing and mending, so that this whole system can continue to go as it has. But remember, earlier in the astrology, it was saying it's for the purpose of making sure that entity is not attacked or threatened to be destroyed or dismantled, and at the same time bring down this whole country, that kind of thing. So we're going to continue to listen to my interpretation of the stars before this event that happened that shows us all what's really taking place.
Sagittarius, you know even more than you're letting be known to your closest companions or associates, even Scorpios. In order to keep your little secret, you will be flying under the radar. So you are going to do your part, giving 110% effort. You're going to follow all the rules and pretend to be a team player, while inching toward grabbing the bag for yourself. Grabbing the bag is getting
Quality
the
of life,
money,
the
the
highest quality of
promotion,
life achievable
whatever can help advance
in
you
this
in your life and help you obtain or enhance your quality of life or your lifestyle. Okay? Even more, you will be moving to cover your covert steps. You're not going to let anybody know that you got the secret. You're not going to let anybody know why you're being so professional. You're just going to cover any tracks you can. Other ways that you cover your tracks, you might even tamper with some records. It depends on which Sagittarius you are.
And records are being
going
tampered with.
to,
I stopped video. Let me make this
Be
video stop.
sharing your vast insight on a need to know.
I had to stop it. Didn't mean to do that. But in my interpretation, I said, hey, Sagittarius, this is the holders of that tainted ideology. You're even willing to change the records. I'm witnessing, you got to know what you're looking at, the records being changed. Now, the event that happened on August 5th of this year in Alabama, at the riverfront, where that white family attacked that black boat attendant, and then others coming to defend that black boat attendant to save his life and to execute instant karma upon this family. In the media now, in the mainstream media, is, how can I say, they're twisting the story. They're already twisting the story. A day after I saw the videos, the various clips, I was like, "There's no way they can twist this story. It's no way," because my attention, as well as many of y'all attention, have been drawn to the fact that the media twists the story, and it always is twisted where the subordinate class is always made to be, or put in the spotlight of being the aggressor, the bad guy, the thug, and things like that. So there's no way that this can happen relative to this situation. It's too much popular, what do they call it, popular opinion. The popular opinion is that that man was right for doing his job. They never should have put their hands on him and tried to hurt him. kill him, or at least what they call it, they call it assault, something assault. They never should have did that. Even though it is on video with multiple videos from various different people of all races, ages, is physically, visually there. Every part of it. Every part is people narrating from the moment the dock attendant left the boat. I do believe, and I'm understanding it straight, he was on the actual ferry that was in the middle of the river, circling, waiting to come in. And the people still didn't move. So I think he had to take a little boat, him and the little white boy I told you they attacked, take it across the ferry, across the river, to the dock to get these people to move. And if they didn't move, he had to move their boat down. Now, I get so upset, I forget what I'm talking about. The ideology, anyway. I forgot. I gotta watch the video because I forgot that quick, y'all. I hate that. And then this thing is not gonna want to stop at the point I want it to stop.
On which Sagittarius you are, and you're going to be sharing your vast insight on a need-to-know basis.
Before that,
while you're being so professional, you're just going to cover any tracks you can. Other ways that you can cover your tracks, you may even tamper with some records. It depends on which Sagittarius you are. And you are going to...
trying to get to stop tampering with records, which is what I was trying to cover. And so the news is actually twisting it. And and other, I guess they call it media platforms, news platforms. I've seen one popular platform that starts with a T and ends with a Z, even twisted it. And I was like, wow. So I totally lost respect for that network or whatever it's called. But I'm listening. They had their attorney on there, and it was the terminology, the word, and I was like, what the fuck am I? Excuse me, I didn't make it. I made it 4 or 5 hours, but what am I experiencing? How dare they try to change the narrative with the images right here for all the world to see, all Americans to see, all people to see. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And they twisting it, and they changing the wording up, and they cropping out the part about the people illegally being docked there. They're cropping out the part where these people viciously attacked this man and assaulted him and could have killed him. They taking all that out, and they focusing on when the black people responded, when the black people said, you have crossed the line, no more. They're focusing on and turning it into like getting ready. I'm gonna tell you what the astrologer saying. Basically, the whole system, the bias system, is preparing to try to bury these people. I'm talking to black people, not the white people. It's like bump what they did. What I'm seeing is like they're gonna sue. This is my speculation. This is just me speculating from what I'm seeing with all the filters I got, including astrology and being a witness to what happened. Them white people, once again, get to sue the boat company. Why? Because the people that whooped, some of the people that whooped on them, had that boat shirt on. They work for that company, and they got off that boat to whoop their butt. So, they got a couple of bumps and bruises, and one of them even own a business that may suffer. But it doesn't matter if they take everything that boat company got. See, our system is unfair. Even though it is blatant, everything that happened, it is blatantly, obvious why these people responded. Our system, and this is truly the case, our judicial system, everything, in all cases, unless you are a person of the supposed or presumed superior race, they don't listen to the backstory. The backstory doesn't matter. An example is, and I don't know if this was the case or not, but I'm trying to give an example of what I mean. When they take these people, when these people have to go to court over this event, the courts are not going to take into consideration, not strongly, not at all, that like the man with the chairman that was bunking him over the head. The question is, okay, y'all seen him on video hitting these people over the head, but why was he hitting them people over the head? The system makes sure that's blotted out. Just like this image of me just went blurred, they make sure that's blurred out. Why that man picked up that chair, that folded chair, and went to welling on. They will never cover that. You will never hear the intimate details. This is what I'm talking about. This energy of Sagittarius is talking about hiding stuff, camouflaging stuff, blurring it out. You know, all for the point purpose of burying that the presumed subordinate race. In this case, the black people that showed up and turned up on that day. You never know why that man picked up that chair, but there's a reason why. Whether the reason is, I don't know the reason. Whether that man that they jumped up and brutally beat, because it was still the same family that got beat up, was nobody else. If it was any other white people out there, none of them got touched or messed with it. You know what I'm saying? It was just that family. They got they, instant karma for them attacking another person. Let me stop, because again, the media is not, spotlighting that this family attacked this man. See how they washed that out? They washed it out because it upholds this corrupt system, the biasness. It's not giving a full story. Remember, Sagittarius, 9th house, is about perspective. And so the perspective of the people, of the viewers, of the witnesses are being manipulated on a large scale. You won't see. They're not showing you how they piled up on that man and was kicking him and beating him and everything. And then they won't show you how they went and sat on their boat and was relaxing in luxury like nothing had happened. Like there were no witnesses to that. Like that man was supposed to accept that. And how dare that boat company? I say, if they don't have their employees back, that company deserves to go out of business, because they got to have their employees back when they come out. But that's the kind of thing that won't happen because of the system, the way the system is set up. And so we're not seeing that. We're not seeing how or what happened. We'll never hear the testimony of the chairman and why he took that chair and was banging on them. We won't hear that. That'll be, again, faded out. All you see is over and over again is how he was beating them with the chair. And they're going to always land on that last blow when he hit that older white lady on the ground. But you never hear why. You never hear if they walked up on him and called him a nigga. You'll never hear if that man that they initially jumped, the boat director, was his family. And he was watching his family being attacked by a group of people. And he came to his family rescue. You'll never hear the backstory. You know what I'm saying? All you will see is him whacking him with the chair. All you will hear is their medical problems from it or something like that. Then they'll pull up any old history in which he had to lay down the law or did something in his life. Maybe they'll pull all that up. But you would never, ever hear the story that brought him to that place. And you pay attention, anybody especially of color, you'll never hear the story that brought him to the place that they end up being in which they presumably committed a crime. I gotta stop there, because when I was doing my interpretations, I kept saying, hey, it seemed like the energy is taking us and demanding that we tap into our lower nature and do some illegal stuff. Yeah, that's illegal to hit somebody over the head with a chair, on a superficial level. Yeah. But what happened to make a motherfucker break the law to assault somebody? You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of energy Sagittarius is talking about here, or addressing. And mind you, I didn't write this. Some entity or deity, God, Buddha, I don't know who created this astrological system that can be decoded, and it had this message encoded in it for it to be decoded. And also did what? Set up the whole scene to play out on August 5th. You know? Another thing is, you will never hear, let's talk about the goons and stuff. I was talking about the gorillas, the dope boys, or whoever they are. I'm just presuming. I'm listening. I'm sorry, y'all. You never know what. Remember, I forgot which was a Scorpio that gave them this tunnel vision, laser perspective of these people that went into action. They had some they were divinely inspired to focus in and on that and to process it very quickly, and they knew what they had to do. They knew what they were sacrificing, all that on the spiritual level. And that's astrology talking, not me. So, you don't know their beginning story, their, what they call it, the opening story, the beginning story that led them to go across that bridge, and get back on that dock and commencing to executing karma on them people. It could have been that was, again, that man, that fairy boy man could have been their family. That could have been their daddy. It could have been their daddy. They know he had a heart condition. You won't hear none of that. The media and the news and everything's gonna make sure that you don't care about why they went ahead and went on that mission. This is what Sagittarius is talking about. It is the making oblivious the beginning story, the initiating story, the real trigger. It is going to block that out.
To be sharing your vast insight on a need-to-know basis. Regardless of your undisclosed tactics to walk into that bag, there is at least one person.
It stopped for the moment. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta stop again because remember, in my video was just saying, hey, you only gonna let what needs to be known on a need-to-know basis, Sagittarius. You got the secret, and people don't understand the extent of your secret. What does that mean? Well, how is that really manifested in our physical world? Well, we're talking about an ideology of what? White supremacy, whatever you call it, racism and stuff like that. And the secret is, I'm telling the secret to Sagittarius, you're going to be mad. It's going to be mad. The secret is that people are not acknowledging that this is a real spiritual entity. You know how hard it is to kill a spirit? Well, the spirit knows that it's spirit. It knows that it's it can't be killed or destroyed by traditional means. That's the secret it's keeping, and that it has, that everybody else is not savvy to. You know, you don't even acknowledge the spiritual world. So this entity knows, you know, you can do what you want to do. You can write up all the papers you want, but guess what? I'm a spirit. I'm an entity. I think, and I change things in ethereal. I change the way you perceive things. I change your perspective. I was just talking about it. I change everything. Remember, I've been here a long time. I've been here thousands of years, and I've already established myself in this world. And so, you think I'm gonna get in trouble? You think my Muppets gonna get in trouble? Talking about the white family. You think any one of my people gonna get in trouble? No, I've been handled that. I already changed the laws. I already had established systematic, booby traps for your kind. And so I already know you on your way to jail anyway. This event we just gonna go through the blue tape and I'm gonna act like that. I hope I'm making this make sense. That's what the Sagittarius energy means. That's the big secret. That racism is bigger than anything. Bigger than anything. And it's right there amongst us. And we don't even know it's there. Doing what it does. It doesn't have to like get up and walk across the room.
Shit, it already has set things in motion hundreds, even thousands of years ago. So it's going to play out. What's going to play out? The news is not going to spotlight what really happened. It's going to focus your turn your perspective and your focus where they want it to be, to make the lower class, perceived lower class, or coined lower class, the villains, the thugs, the problem. That same group of people are going to pay the penalty for what happened. Even though my people, y'all say we're in the wrong, but I say through my ideology they was right. They had all rights and all justifications. They were entitled. This is the secret that Sagittarius holds, that not even Scorpio knows. If Scorpio is not a high, how can I say, a high spirit. Like, remember, Scorpio represents the avatar within a person receiving the downloads. If an individual avatar, spirit within a physical body, doesn't receive the download to see Sagittarius, where it is Sagittarius for what it really is, that spiritual entity that's been around for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, they don't know. And also on Sagittarius side, there's so many racists that don't know that they are being possessed or being led or governed by a spiritual entity. They don't even know. That's what's saying on a need to know basis. Y'all don't need to know this. Y'all don't need to know that Sagittarius, that spiritual entity that's backing, that's not backing, that is the creation of this tainted ideology, that I'm a real life spiritual entity. You don't even need to know that. Not even that white family may be aware of that, because it gets real deep. They don't know that they very soul, I have to put this in here, that they very soul lay in the balance. They don't even know either. That's something, ain't it? But anyway, that's what Sagittarius is talking about. That's some deep stuff.
Who is on to you? That one nosy person will really have your goat in August. Why? Because you're trying to fly under the radar.
Got to go.
Let me try to kind of sum this up.
The advanced awakening.
The way to manifest in Sagittarius life.
Advanced awakening.
Sagittarius, you know better, so you can do better. What do you know better? You have a little secret. You have a little insight. You know about a promotion opening up or something like that, and you're trying to keep it to yourself. And you also want to shine brightly and look confident, so you're going to give 110%. You're going to share the knowledge that you got on a need-to-know basis. Of course, you can't give over too much information. You can't let the cat out the bag in August. Why? Because you're trying to keep the bag to yourself. But there's one person that's going to pick up on your knowledge, your awareness, your insight, and it could be Scorpio. It could be Scorpio, because Scorpio knows better too, and can do better. If it's not Scorpio, then it's possible that it's Aries, because Aries has some insight too. So these might be people that give you a run for your money in the month of August. Anyway, what's the last thing? Oh, about this person getting your goat. The reason why they're going to have your goat or have you on pins and needles or walking on eggshells is because, again, it seems like, number one, they know what you're up to. And you're not the only one, meaning there's some competition in your environment, as well as what Scorpio and Aries. There's competition in your environment, and these are possibly your competitors, and they're going to maybe try to expose you,
white, black,
make you look incompetent or incapable or not, just not the right person for the job or the position or whatever link exists to get you to that thing. Hopefully, this report helps you in the month of August, Sagittarius. Until next time. Bye.
What I do? Oh, no, it must be done. Okay. Ooh, Sagittarius. Here go my Capricorn one. I can just click on that. We can move for Sagittarius, Capricorn, y'all. So let's listen to Capricorn.
Hello. Welcome to Ken Angel's Live. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Capricorn's August 2023. I've done this in a while, so please be patient with me. My plan is to read my notes and to improvise as I move along. So let's begin. The stars suggest that come August 2023, that Capricorn will be hard at work, performing their assigned task with expertise. Capricorn's work ethic is at an all-time high during this period for one reason only. The reason is the bills need to be paid. So, Capricorn's mentality is they have to do whatever is required to obtain a bag. Capricorn is a person that knows their job and does not need or like anyone, including managers, hovering over their shoulders. Nevertheless, due to Capricorn's incredible know-how, they will be called upon to instruct others. Of course,
The boat
Capricorn
manager,
will be irritable,
boat staff.
annoyed, and impatient, having to drag the inexperienced and incompetent people through their workday. The resentment Capricorn, I don't think I wrote that right. Let's see what it says. The resentful Capricorn will find themselves mumbling under their breath. How has this dumbass kept their job so long?
How has it kept your position?
Word of
of
advice to
supremacy
Capricorn
for
is
so
to
long?
keep it cool. Your bag is at hand. Well, let me kind of sum that up for you. Capricorn, in the month of August 2023, you're going to be hard at work because life necessities are demanding to be had. Bills are demanding to be paid. And so you're just trying to, I see you trying to focus, like tunnel vision to get in the zone, just to do your job, get the work done, so you can get your paycheck, your earnings, your bonus, whatever, so that you can meet the demands of life. That's easy for you to do. Life, of course, has to complicate things. Because you have such incredible know-how, your supervisors or bosses are going to partner you with others, and those others aren't professional like you. They're not experts like you. They're inexperienced, some of them even incompetent, and you're going to be required to drag them along the whole month long so that the business can reach their goal or whatever. But they putting all that extra responsibility on you, Capricorn.
They put all that on
making it a little more complicated for you to do what? Get to your bag. Stay cool, Capricorn. Your bag is at hand.
That's some deep stuff. Again, all he wanted to do was make his money, go to work, do his job. That's all any of these people wanted to do in these blue shirts. I heard, but I don't know, I haven't seen it for myself, but I did hear that the boat staff got fired. I don't know, but they got fired because of the incident. You know, and all they came to work that day just to do their job, not to be incited or provoked. You know, but that's what ended up happening. At what point? Where do you draw the line? Is the question for the Capricorn, the worker, the competent worker, the one that made that business to be what it is, to travel up and down that river and entertain the people. Them workers did that. So if that boat company did fire them for that situation that was out of their hands, I don't care if they came later to enact instant karma on them people. That boat company should have stood with them, because that goes back to our structure, the way they have it. They got you scared to move. They got you scared to draw that line and hold that line. But stay in your ground, they call it, huh? They got you scared to do so because you're going to lose your job. And then your sense of security in the world. Ain't going to be able to feed your family. And you know what they going to do? No matter how much of a good employee you are, this is for everybody. Everybody. They make it
That's the system. It's for everybody. No matter how well you do your job, no matter how competent you are, no matter how well you represent that company or that industry, if anything happens, they don't have your back. They do fire you, and they replace you with another desperate person. Taurus, remember, it's desperate. Another desperate person, desperate to meet the demands and the requirements of life: food, shelter, water, getting paid a very minimal amount in comparison to many others. Why? Because of a biased system. And you have to take with the little that you are in. They allot you to pay to try to meet the man. So you're too scared. My point, you're too scared to react. You're too scared to draw the line and stand on that line, to stand your ground. Well, in the month of August, there were a group of people that said enough is enough. Enough is enough. And so that was Capricorn. And it, in my interpretation, it was talking about a person kind of back being against the wall, giving it all you got, being a best representative for the company or business you work for. And not only that, then there's so much. You done got used to that. You go ahead and do what you got to do, get your check paid, what you can pay, and do what you can do. But then these companies, and that was just outside of us doing our job, jump up on our backs and make us bear the weight of whatever they got going on. And that's them people attacking them people and provoking them people. They want to, and so them people had to go beyond. I'm gonna say that people had to go beyond their work duties. And I point out that boat dock manager, because even after they jumped on him, before them black folks got together and went to execute karma on that family, that boat dock worker, even though he threw his hat up in the air, knew his career or job with that institution was gone, knew he wasn't going to have money to feed his family and stuff and pay his bills, he still was professional and finished his job. He saw that ferry or that boat or whatever you call it made it to shore, made it to dock, docked it, wrapped the course around and secured the boat so that the people could get off, and then went to work. And they don't appreciate that, huh? Okay. Where do you draw the line? No, okay. All right. Where my shorts at? Because we didn't watch the shorts for Capricorn. I get so upset and passionate. Okay, let's see if it come up.
Capricorn, come August 2023. I can see all you want to do is be left alone so you can do your job. But lo and behold, you're going to be responsible for carrying the incompetent on your back. How about that?
Did y'all hear that? Okay. All right, I'm almost done, y'all. All right, coming back. Then the page reset itself. After Capricorn is Aquarius. Let's listen to Aquarius short. Then, if I have time, because I done ran out of the time, I got things to do.
Aquarius, come August 2023, I see that you're giving it your best shot. Know that you are not alone in the struggle. Everybody's screwed. How about that?
I better look one more time.
Aquarius, come August 2023, I see that you're giving it your best shot. Know that you are not alone in the struggle. Everybody's screwed. How about that?
Okay. Resetting the page so that we can watch the extended version of my Aquarius interpretation for August 2023. Then we're going to look at it in relationship to the current event. Interesting.
Welcome to Angels Fly. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to share Aquarius August 2023 astrology report. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm a little rusty. Please be patient with me. My plan is to read from my notes and to improvise along the way. Anywho, Aquarius, the stars suggest during the period of August 2023 that Like so many other people, you are bound to the social construct you are associated with, as well as restricted by their rules and regulations or requirements to participate in whatever program it is, or social role or office position, whatever the case is, and to be a recipient of their wages or rewards or whatever the case may be. As a result, you may find that your hands are tied behind your back, and therefore limiting your ability to pursue your own interests and to thrive towards manifesting the future you envision for yourself. Ultimately, the denial of your liberties as a human. Hopefully I said that right. Just having to address the bigger institutions' missions and goals. They're consuming all of your energy. You can't focus on yourself, and that is a violating your rights as a human, an individual human, to be in pursuit of your own life, liberty, and happiness, that kind of thing. Anywho, it leads you to seek alternative means to try to pacify your physical worldly wants, needs, urges, and desires. What else? And it says to have to make, in order, when this question comes up about how can you live your best life, you're going to have to make a moral choice that is to live a minimal life, or to access your lower nature to aid you in access your lower nature in order to aid you in executing alternative means or measures to acquire the quality of life you so desire. Let me see what I got right here. And one of the things that the stars pointed out is kind of subconscious or unbeknownst to you that this process is taking place. Again, that battle between good and evil, the shift in your moral fiber is just really not very obvious to you in the month of August. Anyway, what else does the star says? It says, meanwhile, like so many others, Aquarius, you continue to clock in shift after shift, or to participate moment after moment, whatever, supporting the advancement of the industry in which you participate, only to find time after time the rewards or earnings rarely meet your needs. Even after being edged on to continue through updated terms and conditions.
I'm trying to stop it, y'all. I'm gonna forget. Took all that time. Why am I trying to stop it? Because I'm talking about the participation of Aquarius. Again, I'm sure you can kind of pick up on. I'm talking about the group of black people. And black people, having to make a decision. You go to work every day, and a person coming to this point where they have to make a moral decision. And these people had to make a moral decision. And where's the line? Where enough is enough, and you got to sacrifice everything. And so that's what Aquarius talking about. And also talks about the industries a person supports. Well, these people that have to do with this event that happened, they were, upholding what? The boat company. And that little river cruise boat company, they were upholding that. Not only are they upholding that cruise company business and letting it strive or thrive to be what it is, and obliging all their rules, wearing the uniforms, working the hours that they say, getting paid the amount they deemed was, adequate for whatever role a person was playing or position they held. All of these, thank you. All of these requirements or boundaries they had to fit in to be an employee with that boat company. So they did it to get the money. Okay.
But then it's another industry or construct they are a part of, and that's the social construct of being African Americans in America at this time. And again, it is how they complied. They all complied. We're told to get a job, to be productive citizens, to not keep up stuff, to keep the peace. And so pay attention. This Aquarius message is talking about how, yes, you've done this, and this reminds me of how when you read the Bible and Proverbs and stuff, the way all this is organized. But anyway, so yeah, you go to work, you get in your position, you uphold that construct, the boat company, as well as your race and your culture and the requirements with what it has been deemed you need to do to keep the peace, to keep the world going as it is, to keep the United States to allow the United States to be the country that is known for, being this amazing country that you can achieve anything. Keep believing in the system is what Aquarius is about. Keep believing in the system, keep thriving. But the time comes with this Aquarius to say, hey, you're faced with a moral decision. Your moral fiber is going to be adjusted. You're going to be made to tap into your lower nature, your dark nature, in order to try to get to the bag. And on a superficial level, we talking about just going to work, getting the money. But on this higher spiritual level, it's talking about having the right to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness the way you desire, not the way somebody deemed for you. That's the ultimate bag all of this is talking about. It's the human right. The human right. See, the other side, the Caucasian side with the tainted ideologies, see, they have their human right. That's a whole nother conversation. They have their human right to pursue the quality of life they desire, they deem right for themselves, but at the same time keep others from doing it. And so this is what this dynamic of Aquarius is talking about. Each individual experience and that which they are bound to, and the rules and boundaries that they conform to try to stay in the character for a common cause. But something happens that they have to, draw that line and make that determination within a moment. And even in this video I made back in July, it says, hey, it's going to be announced to you that, at least in the moment, in the physical, that this is transformation is taking place, that this crossroad is taking place here. But you're going to have to do it nonetheless, and it was done by
that industry or institution that promised to enhance benefits so that you can buy into the quality of life you desire.
And so, y'all, we talking about historically, all the promises made.
And the reason that this is happening is because
Martin Luther King, you use him as an example to talk about how these negotiations have continued to go on and on and on and on. They're still happening. They were happening in the 1960s when Martin Luther King was leading all the people, and they doing all the political stuff, all the movements and things. They had a right to sit at the front of the bus. These negotiations have been constantly going on, but it's not getting a particular group of people where they need to be. And so that's what listen to what I'm saying. And it has blown my mind. It is blowing my mind that these negotiations gone on. I mean, every negotiation that has ever taken place, from Rosa Parks and the bus, eating at counters, do you know how much effort people have to put in to get the little crumbs that they got? To be able to just drink at any water fountain available, or go to any bathroom, to enter in the front door of a entertainment venue or something like that, not to go behind doors or something like that. These are all the negotiations this is talking about, and I'm gonna let it go. If I can get this doggone, come on thing, I don't have time. I done used up all my free time. Come on, you have to get. Did my thing go out on me? I guess it went out on me. Let's see. Boy for who, Nancy? Maybe.
or the industry that you participate in is after their own interests. And so they do what they have to do to keep you on board, to keep you continuing, to keep you being productive. As a direct result, it throttles any of your thoughts that you may have about being the master of your own destiny. Or it throttles any ideas of revolt or striking. You know what I wrote here, y'all, but okay. But I think you get the gist of it. I read on. It says, reflections upon the time that has. Sorry about that little interruption. Where was I? Where was I? Okay, it's about your plans being throttled. And then it says, reflect upon the time that has been wasted. Oh, and it also throttle you from really perceiving your experience in relationship to that institution by not giving you the opportunity or the time to reflect upon the time that was wasted, all the times that you kept going into renegotiation of the terms and conditions that promised to,
all the marches,
offer you more benefits, higher wages, new positions, some type of expansion, so you can ultimately do what address your personal quality or personal needs and things like that, or to be able to have what you need to start your own business, your own endeavor. So it keeps you from focusing on that, and so that you will continue to do what? Uphold the social construct.
So construct is
that only intention is to fulfill their mission.
Right.
And ultimately, what's happening in Aquarius is that you're drained of your vital life force energy until you have none, and then they discard you and bring in the next. Let me try to sum that up for you, Aquarius. Come August 2023, the stars suggest that you are not alone, that there are many people in the same boat as yourself, and that's the boat of being confined to a particular industry or a construct in this world, having to play by their rules, clocking in on a time clock, and you're not earning enough to meet your demands of life or to live out the life that you desire. And then you have these moments that come up in August where you're like, okay, enough is enough. This is adding up. I can't meet the demands of my life. I can't venture off and do something that I'm interested into. I'm putting all my energy into this business, this company, this institution, or whatever. But that institution is aware that your mind is there. Maybe it's showing in your work ethic or whatever the case may be. Maybe
they jumped off the
boat. Amongst the group talking about it. They hear the little whispers. And so the organization, have little tactics to keep you in line, not only you, but all the others that are, workers or the employees or something. And so they say, okay, let's renegotiate. Let's look at this over this contract again so we can find y'all some more benefits. And they do it again. And the stars suggest that we're prone to fall for it again, to sign the contract again, keep going back and upholding them. And ultimately what ends up happening, they draining every little drop of your vital life force energy, building them up and advancing them up, and never getting to the quality of life that you desire. So watch out in August 2023, Aquarius. Safeguard your safety alert that says, hey, this isn't adding up. I'm not benefiting enough. I'm not getting any younger. It's letting you know it's time to make a move. It's time to make a change. And it's not just you. It could be in conjunction with others, and maybe you can go off and start your own business. I don't know the answer, but there obviously is an answer that the world is not picking up on or acknowledging or not willing to make the sacrifice. There has to be an answer. It has to be an answer because astrology is pointing this very fact out that these institutions have tactics to keep you working until you can't work no more. Hopefully this report helps you, Aquarius, in the month of August.
All right, y'all.
Bye.
Yeah, I done run down my time. My free time is gone. It's gone. So, Aquarius is really talking to the workers, people working every day, just trying to make ends meet. You know, dealing with life as it is the structure has been made, just dealing with it, trying to keep our our heads down, trying not cause much, strife and stuff like that, and just being a slave basically to the system, the whole system, the system on a micro level, like the people that work for that boat company, as well as on the macro level, the whole system that we know is biased. We kept engaging it, and now it's to the point. Obviously, it has been deemed in the stars and on a divine level by some alien entities. I don't know who is what and what is behind the scenes, but this is a time where it's saying, enough is enough. That's all I'm starting to get, and it's saying enough is enough. Again, this would happen on August 5th of this year in Alabama, riverboat thing. That event is just it's a visual for the whole world to see, so we all know exactly where we are. The stars already had the report of where we would be at this time. People of the world, the spectators, the audience that witnessed this event, many of them are in tune with what's happening by putting these Avenger what they call not emoji memes on these people, and all the defining what they meant when the hat went up in the air. People spiritually, intuitively are aware of what's going on, but not all. And so it's like that which is greater and more knowledgeable and wiser than us, that has a sense of a sarcasm, says you're all gonna know. I'm gonna make this happen. I'm gonna set this up. It's already written down. It's already scripted. This is what's going on in y'all world and needs to be addressed and will be addressed. And it'll start here, August 5th, 2023, with this event. Y'all all look at it. Now we ended here on Aquarius. I got to go. My time is up, but I am coming back for a part 2. Whoever is willing to ride the wave with me, I invite you to come back whenever I go live again. Until next time. Peace. Oh my, I guess I'll change the battery in my this mouse, because I can't even go off here without my mouse working. Okay, let's see. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I'll change my battery.